Y'all, it has been a strange but interesting day. And if I could smile any bigger, well, I probably could. But look, guys. Oh, oh, it's been amazing. I don't even know where to start. Um, what I do know is this. Some investigators and people are fucking amazing. And I've spent, and will continue to spend the last few days at Ben Hill Hell, doing what I've got to do to ensure that once no access, that, everything's down and on footage and whatever else, right? That way I never have to see the place again and never has to be access. So today has been, partly that interspersed with moving and all this other stuff. Um, so anyway, somebody finally took notice of what I've been saying and how provable it was, and why the scream that I and the kids heard, why Candace wouldn't have heard it and been able to. She wasn't. And why it is the other neighbors who were outside seeing them also couldn't hear it. It was, and everybody's, including Baltimore, for at least that was the newest one in the past few weeks. Before, oh, she's lost her mind. Even a mom, was like, oh, she's out there, she's lost her mind. Like, dude, I have PTSD. Like, y'all know the whole story. I ain't fucking crazy. It was keeping my daughter safe. Last one on the fucking road. Anybody who did this, obviously, if they could see Summer, had eyes on her too. We're lucky she didn't walk down for a fucking loot crate the day before. She come into contact with an asshole crazy dude trespassing who could potentially be, like, or whoever did this. But, from moment one, I've known that Candace did not fucking do this. I've known. There's been parts here where all kinds of weirdness has happened, where even, like, people made me, like, doubt what I saw with my own fucking eyes and heard with my own ears. But we have known since minutes in after the calls for Summer started coming off of their hill that Summer wasn't in there. We knew the entire time the searches were going. We knew the entire time Summer was not in there. To us, the only possibility in the way she would be in there is if she had been dumped. But we knew within minutes before the cops even got on scene that Summer was not in that hollow. The neighbors knew, we all knew it was, but nobody really listened. I was like, look, and I spent time listening and changing as the foliage was changing, because when you live in there, it's different than being on the outside. So not only was the PTSD kicking, not only was I keeping my daughter safe, not only was I dealing with the hypervigilance of my own shit from my own abuser and from all these other things and predators on the loose and all these other things that, we're well aware of, just like the public and everything else. That's a lot to take in, especially in a year where, and I'm sure, but either way, I was sitting and listening to make sure of what and where and when and how these pieces come together. And I wasn't fucking wrong. As I joined parts of these puzzles and figured out, I told people, I was like, look, here's the deal. Here's why these things, and here's how you can prove it. But I never saw anybody try to do that. Today they did. And guess who wasn't wrong? So today it was proven on camera and video and audio why it is that we heard the scream, and that we absolutely could hear the scream louder than shit. But Candace couldn't. The other neighbors couldn't. dogs barking, the whole nine. Everything I'd said and had told people, like, it was proven today. So I'm over the fucking moon about that. And then I made sure to, include that it could be used in the event of my timely or untimely death, or in case something happens to me. And the kids considered to be an interview, so either way, um, Jody Sue wasn't wrong. Jody Sue's not crazy. Yeah. But Jody Sue, when she wants to be, can be a hell of a Scooby Doo. And you see where my attention was at the past 2 months while I was supposedly doing all sorts of things for a year plus. It's dumb as shit, y'all. Dumb as shit. It's been the wildest summer on fucking record. It's been a hell of a year. But today was a fucking hallelujah moment. Somebody fucking listens. And I wasn't wrong. But either way, I've known since day one. And the other's weird shit. I understand how folks, all kinds of stuff. I get the things. I get all the things. But I've known in my gut that Candace didn't do this shit, y'all. From day one. Like, I knew. And I knew before I even talked to Candace that first day that Summer had been taken. Like, the pieces for me clicked with the scream and the, then her being the muffled as it was going out the road. And I knew immediately and put the two together before I even made it down my hill that something was wrong. Summer wasn't answering. It was not normal. The scream, the muffled, I knew. But I looked anyway, and I was on that ground before Candace even came off that hill, looking for Summer anyway to make sure she hadn't been hurt, she hadn't been whatever. And we looked, and all the neighbors and I knew from tracks and that she wasn't in there. She wasn't in there. So, anyway, but we proved today why it is that myself and the kids heard that scream, but why the other ones attached to couldn't, and why it is that Candace couldn't. And everybody looks at the news and these papers and they think the way the properties look, that all this shit's, look, until you live there, you have no fucking clue and idea. We can hear each other just fine. I can hear Candace and Donnie on regular tones every day. They can hear us, depending on, like, theirs doesn't pick up as well as my property picks up. Y'all know what I mean, right? Because I'm sure somebody will take exception. But the one we're on picks up everything in different, like, it's just the way shit is. And, we can hear each other just fine. And, I mean, look, they can tell you, even though right now I'm sure nobody's going to take them seriously or anything else, and I know what's happening. They're being eaten alive. But I can't, every day, like, they can hear me and these kids crying and screaming and Voldemort yelling or beating on us. Like, but, they can hear it perfectly. Like, shit don't happen in a vacuum in there. So, whatever. But, the good thing today is that it was fucking proven. So, whatever. And I'm just glad that that's there and somebody has listened and, so, yeah. And it maybe somehow it finds Summer. Maybe it finds whoever has done this. Maybe it tracks down some. Maybe it leads. Because this is what this is about. It's about Summer. And I just feel that way. And I felt that way from the beginning. I feel like a lot of times everybody's more worried about eating them or, whatever, or the drama as opposed to finding Summer and making it about her. Because, it's really only a two-way thing. Either she's being kept somewhere or she's gone. And neither are good. But either way, she needs to be brought home. And, and then whoever did this found, so they can't ever do it to somebody else again, And, I feel like she's kind of fell to the wayside, and it's not about her anymore. And I don't like that. So maybe this helps, even in the event that and I'm trying to leave behind what I can because nobody seems to give a shit if me and these kids live or die anyway. At the behest of Voldemort or the usage of the system or whatever else, and everything being turned to make it look like whatever. And I don't care. I'm just saying that way it's there. So, you know, I don't know. Nobody seems scared until you fucking vanish or die or anything else. And then even then, it's not about you anymore. Just like summer, it's like, I don't know, but that's what it should be about is summer. So I just want whoever did this summer found. I know Candace wants the same. So and we're not besties or nothing. It's the thing. It's like, but this is a child, regardless of what you think of her parents or who or what or past or future or present. Summer's not them. Summer's summer, and she has nothing. She's her own person, her own little person, and she is innocent, and nobody should ever have us done to them, especially a child. And if it's let go or somebody not found, they're going to do this to somebody else's family, some other child, some other broken community, and it doesn't need to be let. These people need to be found. And all I can hope is that some of the pieces we hold helps find her. And I don't know how. Somebody better than me is going to have to figure that out. But somebody did this, and somebody needs to be found, and she needs to be found. So anyway, that was today. But I've got to continue to do my shit, whatever, and then continue over the course of the next few days trying to make sure that everything's situated to where everything's done and finished. So anyway, we'll talk to you later.
The Wells family lives across the street from a neighboring property. On mirroring mountains, together they can be described as sentinels which sit high over Ben Hill Road. The night Summer went missing, the neighbor swears that she and her two children heard a scream shortly before they joined the search for a now missing Summer Wells.
It's there, but you want to forget.
On the watch and hypervigilant. That's how Jody Sue Brown was the very day Summer Wells went missing.
There was no TV, no noise at all.
Jody Sue was in her cabin with her teenage kids, 19 and 14, waiting for anything.
We were kind of hyper alert because of property things that had happened the day before. So we were listening for noise. Everything was kind of quiet.
The sale brought a plethora of people to their door, confused about which piece of land was for sale, leading to a dispute of property lines.
While we were out at one point doing survey lines, and there was a flash of a car that went up Candace and Donnie's driveway. Something about it struck me wrong.
She and her family next heard a truck door slamming and dismissed it as their neighbors. The next sound was harder to justify. About an hour and a half before Summer is thought to go missing, Jody Sue, her son, and her daughter heard something far more suspicious. A scream.
Stopped all three of us cold.
Her daughter was the first to go to the cabin door. Then all three were there, listening still.
We heard just this kind of shrill, almost animalistic scream.
Animalistic, but not an animal.
Knew it was, wrong. It wasn't a dog. It wasn't an animal.
That vigilance kicking into overdrive. Jody Sue and her son went out to look for the source of the scream.
My son and I decided to go out, look and see what we could see. We went back onto the bank. Didn't see anything. Didn't hear anything.
They went on with their evening. The kids returned to being kids. Jody Sue headed down her driveway around 6 to tend to flowers.
And at this point, I start hearing Candace hollering for Summer. And then my brain immediately went, scream earlier, this, uh-oh.
Jody Sue was the first to hear those calls and the first to join the search for Summer.
I dropped my purse. I tried to yell up at Candace. I was like, I'm looking, and I started looking.
Jody Sue searched one side of a creek, Summer's brothers the opposite side.
And you gave statements to the police, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Jody Sue had been interviewed many times by investigators, bringing up the scream often. But the sheriff doesn't believe the scream is related to the disappearance of Summer Wells.
She's been interviewed numerous times by not only my agency, but the TBI and FBI, and we don't find anything with that complaint or information related to this case.
Jody Sue wishes she could go back to just a short time before Summer disappeared and before the scream she believes was Summer.
Wish every day that when I heard that scream, I hadn't tried to dismiss it.
Referencing the work of the FBI, TBI, and his own deputies, Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson reiterated in an interview the same week as Jody Sue's that investigators have found absolutely no proof that an abduction has taken place in the Beech Creek community. Ansley Daniel, News Channel 11.
Okay, I'm going to try this again in a different way. I've watched for months as Keys and Cher and others, before I ever moved out of that road, got a hold of this family. I've watched and I've listened up close and personal as they have hammered and hammered at the Candace bullshit in Dawn's ear. Day and night, day and night. Now that seems really funny, and I've thought so for a while, considering in the past couple weeks where I know that those two sit. Amongst these other groups, creators, whatever the fuck. I've watched as Candace has begged him to please stop talking to him. Because, I mean, that would hurt any of your feelings, right? Any of you. For your damn husband or anybody else to stand there and be listening to people or continuing to talk to people that are just shitting on you day in and day out. But that's what these types do. Just like Andy did to me. For years. They don't care if you hear it. They don't care if you see it. Okay, I'm going to try this again in a different way. I've watched for months as Keys and Cher and others, before I ever moved out of that road, got a hold of this family. I've watched and I've listened up close and personal as they have hammered and hammered at the Candace bullshit in Dawn's ear. Day and night, day and night. Now that seems really funny, and I've thought so for a while, considering in the past couple weeks where
Sorry, guys, I'm coughing. I'm smoking one. Here. Who needs a hit? There you go. It's almost gone, and I'm missing the camera. I'm laughing because, in all honesty, I did used to have that Sublime shirt. It's so tired, Jody Sue. That's a tired ass shirt. She still wears it sometimes, I think. Does she steal your shirt, Andy? You're not going to like some of these clips that I'm about to play. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I'm sitting here laughing. I haven't watched her. I haven't even really looked at YouTube since I got off. I had a lot to do. You don't need it. What's she doing it to edge you on? I mean, damn, you be wearing her shirt, she's wearing yours. Oh my God. It's war. It's the shirt war. I have a corn shirt still that I've had forever. I had a Lincoln Park shirt. Them two shirts mean a lot to me. They were a friend of mine who overdosed. My first friend, Kenny, they were his. And I've saved them, but some little teenagers Stole my Lincoln Park one. I'm mad about that. I'm going to buy it again because I loved it. I have a Bon Jovi shirt. I have a Van Halen shirt. I don't even like Van Halen. Never did. Oh, you're sorry for what, Josh? Oh, my friend. Thank you. His name was Kenny Tressler. He was a cool dude. His mom was a Bible thumper. His brother still is. He was a good kid. I knew him my whole life. I remember him riding his big wheel down the street. Oh, Lord. But okay, we're going to get back to these clips. I don't know what's going on with Jody Sue or on YouTube, period. I've been busy. I had to help my granddaughter. She needed some homework done. Naughty, naughty. So we had to do that, and now she's sleeping. I got her a snack. The video I'm playing, do you know? A majority of these videos in this folder are from like September to November. There's some January of 2021 into 2022. This was, I believe, September. A good majority, tongue-tied. A good majority of these are from right when Jody Sue and Andy broke up. So August, September, after Summer went missing. This one. She's going to tell you about all of Andy's stuff here. I tried to pick some good clips. The last one I post that's on here is like 2 hours long. Let me go look. I get yelled at for that. I sit there and bullshit and I don't hit the joint. It wastes. Okay, hold on. The last video I posted on here. Uh-oh. I don't know if this is the one I meant to post. Yeah, this is it. Hold on. It's an hour and 48 minutes. Let me make sure that's the right one, because there was one I put on there. I thought that was it I took off, but I guess not. Oh, shit. And now I lost our place. Damn it. That's okay. We were on a news clip. We don't need to watch that again. Everybody's seen. Oh, no, we were on Sublime. Sublime, Sublime, Sublime. Hold on. We'll just start it over. I'll let you guys listen. I put 2 videos from this, but there's something in between them, and then there's that 2-hour video. So that's what we're gonna watch tonight, and then I'll decide after tonight if there it is. I'll decide after tonight if I want to continue this. But Jody, you're gonna leave me alone. That's what's gonna happen. I don't care how intimidating you try to be, okay? You start it first every time, and you think that people are not going to defend themselves. You're wrong.
Okay, I'm going to try this again in a different way. I've watched for months as Keys and Cher and others before I ever moved out of that road got a hold of this family. I've watched and I've listened up close and personal as they have hammered and hammered at the Candace bullshit in Dawn's ear. Day and night, day and night. Now that seems really funny, and I've thought so for a while, considering in the past couple weeks where I know that those two sit. Amongst these other groups, creators, whatever the fuck. I have watched as Candace has begged him to please stop talking to him. Because, I mean, that would hurt any of your feelings, right? Any of you. For your damn husband or anybody else to stand there and be listening to people or continuing to talk to people that are just shitting on you day in and day out. But that's what these types do. Just like Andy did to me. For years. They don't care if you hear it. They don't care if you see it. That's what he did to me all around town and to everybody that will listen, every store clerk, cashier, that's what they do. Oh, you're bad, but they want you to hear other people. They like those accolades. They like whatever. They like flying monkeys. This is what they do, except he's doing it a different fucking way, in a little bit of a different way. In my opinion. Because what the fuck do I know, right? And I watched her find her voice. I watched her go out to the parades and try to get past the anxiety and this other stuff for summer. And then every time, like with Chris McDonough and all these others, I watch her get positive feedback and it start turning to summer and attention for summer. And then I actually watch Keys and Dawn and everybody else take that back and make it into the Dawn shit show again. And then there she is inside, and every time she tries, the internet beats her down, takes her voice again, pushes her closer to the fucking abuser. I watch as the house is fucking filled with people that she doesn't even know they're on fucking line that seem to make friends with them suddenly and do weird shit like shaving their head and competing online with, oh, but I've prayed in Summer's room and lit fucking candles. Like, how twisted is that shit? I watch suddenly it goes from her, just surrounded by people. Not even time to think or be alone. Not time to greet, nothing. Not anything. As I'm told, not even allowed to be upset around Dawn because that upsets Dawn, and only he's allowed to be upset. And if I talk about it, then that upsets, but here he is in the background. That's all he talks about. And shits on her at the same time. That's real humane. Same guy I watched take off on dope fucking runs for days and leave them without. Come back and suddenly believe in Jesus every 3 days. Same guy I watched make sure to bring shit into that house every day at a certain time, but barely enough to fucking eat, or not enough to eat for everyone. But has fucking money to suddenly drop on fucking engine money all you want all day long for anything. It's whatever, but barely enough to fucking eat for people in the house. Reason he can't fucking tolerate Grandis is because, while she's there, shit's not as tolerated. Shit's not as looked over. First time I watched that shit show go down was after the fucking rest last year, this whole pissed off because, Candace left after he fucking beat her. Never mentioned a word about the boys. When, Voldemort happened to be in the truck one night with fucking Voldemort were going to do me, hold power over me, not even a fucking name. So yeah, he can kiss my ass too. That name's no longer going to hold any power over me. None. but I watched as her and her mom, they were gone because he'd hit her. And when Andy goes up there with him in the fucking truck, and it's not a word about the boys. It's only about, they took my daughter. She took my daughter, my daughter, my daughter. This guy who turned to me, who honestly, after the shit show with Voldemort / Andy, one night I couldn't get off that fucking hill with the car, or I was going to go off the fucking cliff. So Don takes me out to the store, the groceries I need, and honestly, I was more comfortable with him in a car than I was and still would be with Andy, and that's a fucking fact. Even though I knew by that point the sexual assault allegations were real, I knew what he was, still more comfortable in the car with him than my own abuser. But he turned to me that night and admitted to the sexual assaults, and then. So to say that, or to later on turn and be like, oh, well, you're a bad friend, you're bad this. Well, you said it to me, so whatever. You said it. You said it to me. And, just get it off the fucking internet like everybody else. To watch this person that I know to have sewn up fucking animals without anesthesia and shit all over the place. To watch all the things I've watched through the years. To know that it seemed purposeful every day that something was pushed into that house. So everybody else be passed out by fucking dark. For me, I have my doubts about all kinds of shit. And I'm not saying people are guilty or not guilty. I do know that shit is not right here. And did anybody notice what was done right before he hit her tonight? See what he made sure to do? He made sure to violate that fucking gag order.
So this was the night that Dawn hit Candace on Molly. That's when this was, for whoever asked me what the date of this was.
In a double hit way. To where he ensured that he just took every last hope of everything from her. And was that the plan? Does this money really play into that? Because I assure you there's more money back there than what was actually raised. I know this to be true, so do others. Far more. I still think there's different reasons for the meddling from these YouTube groups around Candace and Dawn and everything else, other than just that money. But maybe at a certain point that's worth it. Maybe hearing all those months, Candace is this, Candace is that in your fucking ear changes your body language. Or maybe you're such a good liar or con that you can throw off shit. Because, people that fall on a certain spectrum of a scale, psychopathy scale, whatever, they can pass lie detector tests. They can change their body language too. But also, you can fuck with a normal person hard enough to get their body language to change. False confessions, all kinds of shit. But knowing what I do, if I had my picks, it wouldn't be Candace that I'd think was fucking guilty. And that's because of what I've seen and heard up close and personally for years. And I think I just said personally instead of personal. But I don't feel real good right now. And this has been some triggering shit. Between that and the baby shoe and the fucking car earlier, knowing what kind of danger that poor kid's fucking in now, which I've kind of known from the get, but whether it's fucking Andy's or not is yet to be seen. But it kind of makes sense with shit that's been going on for the past year. Things that were dropped, hints, whatever. Car seats in the back of fucking cars. Makes perfect fucking sense. Either way, there's definitely, and my own kid's shit being stolen. And to give away. And then that last movie thing, one of the last. Telling me that somebody had a kid that I knew didn't, that, yeah. It all makes sense. Either way. Yeah. Where people kept eating that and shit for months, yeah. Either way. Same shit. Triggering fucking shit. And then I end this triggering ass day. There's been several days of triggering ass shit, like people targeting my children and feds at the door, and oh, y'all just have no clue. None.
Hello, how are you, September? I wasn't ignoring you. I had stepped away. I went in the kitchen to get my nasty coffee with my 1% milk and needed water, so I had gone and got some water. So
No, it's no big deal. I was spelling stuff wrong. It was me. I was being sarcastic.
Oh, okay. What's up?
No, and I don't care anymore who's listening. Andy B goes to, I don't care. I feel like, so she threw out Occam's razor once, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I
I believe,
actually think I have that in one of these clips, but go ahead.
the boy accidentally hit Summer with a truck, the red truck that Grandma, he wasn't supposed to be driving, and Andy,
The only reason why I don't think that had happened, and this is just my opinion, is because Jody Sue states, and we could ask Andy because he's in chat, that they 100% looked at Jody Sue's mom's truck.
okay,
So there was no damage to it and nothing on it that would indicate that it was used to hit someone. And instead of ladder racks, it has sparkly like bumper stickers on it. It's not beat up and they don't really carry the white pills in it. So that's why I mean, that's just my thought on it. But hey, people are welcome to their own opinion.
well, I think something happened with the boy. That's all I can say.
With the boy,
And reason I'm saying that is, I don't think it was done on purpose. Okay? And a mother and a father would cover for their child, even if they hated each other.
oh,
They'd cover
Marion,
one, they would stick up for one to cover their own ass to stick, you know, even if they
yeah,
didn't like each other. And there'd be instances where because parent and parent, right? Going to stick up for each other because they're both the parents of that child.
Yeah, Darlene, it did. That's what they said, that her scent stopped at the road. However, that same scent picked up in Fred's driveway in the back of Fred's truck.
I mean, I don't know. Someone.
Right now, my issue, in my opinion, is, and it has been, it's one of the things I waver on a lot, is the fact that Jody Sue went to bat for Fred. Like, she didn't want people speaking about Fred at the beginning of this. And I agreed with her in our phone call. Hold on. Oh, my son just walked in. Hold on. He had to pick up my grandson's clothes. He went in the other room. I can talk for a second. Okay. So, anyways, the scent picked back up at Fred's driveway, and he said that it was cadaver dogs that picked the scent up behind his truck. Laura states it was at the end of at the top of the driveway. Fred says it was at the end of the driveway. My problem is Jody Sue really, really, really had this thing for sticking up for Fred. I agreed with her. The reason, not sticking up for Fred, I didn't agree with sticking up for Fred, with not bringing him out and bringing him up so much. And the reason being was she said he had a really bad mental issue, that he was schizophrenic. So I had a father, before my father passed away, his whole life he was in an accident. It's something I grew up with. There was a lawsuit, all kinds of shit about it, and it injured his brain, and he had, like, it wasn't Tourette's syndrome, it wasn't schizophrenia, but it was like something between the two, you know. So I have and then I have my ex-husband, my two boys' father. Not my ex-husband, we were still married when he passed away, just not together. But he committed suicide. So for me, taking somebody who has a mental illness serious, to me, that's important, because then you got the 911 call that I played, and fuck, Fred never came back to ask for me to ask about that. But you got the 911 call that I played where Fred is apparently flipping the fuck out, right? I'll find that again and we'll play it. And he's having a mental breakdown. And then you have Jose saying the addict in the yard naked with his wife. So, I took that as Laura and Fred. So it was really important to me when Jody Sue had said, I'd prefer not to, and she did say that to me, I'd prefer not to attack him because of his mental illness. However, now she's going after him just as hard as the other creators are. And Fred is sober, and we're seeing he really doesn't have that mental illness. He had drug addiction illness. You know what I'm saying? So it bothers me that she stood up for him. Like I said, it's an opinion. That's what my channel is. That's what I do. But it bothers me the way she stood up for him the same way she did for Frank Light. And now I'm not saying Frank Light is a part of this or doesn't deserve to be stood up for, but I'm saying he's on that list, and he is a person, in my opinion, that needs to be looked into because he's on that list. Now, I heard somebody recently, and I think it was on Jody Sue, say, it might not have been, it might have been one of the Tiffany thing I was playing. Usually predators don't eat where they sleep. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. And I'm gonna tell you why. Do you remember the 3 girls from Ohio that was kidnapped and held captive by that Castro dude? It was in his own house. This guy's a school bus driver. He walks around. They mostly do it where they eat where they sleep. The reason being is because they don't expect people to look there, especially when they live with other people. Okay, my rant's over. I'm sorry, September.
It's all right. I think someone on that road knows what happened.
I
Somebody
believe
knows,
you're right. I think so too.
and they
I
all
have
may
the
know,
same
and they all
opinion.
may be trying to run a narrative, so hoping that no one will find out. But someone's going to find out.
Yep. Hey, you go ahead and talk to my chat for 1 minute. My son's just finally came downstairs behind me. I'm going to chat with him. Just
Okay.
for a second. Go ahead.
Can you all hear me? Hello. Okay, I don't know what to say. I've had many theories and nobody
I'm sorry. My son's still here. He's behind me. He's checking on the baby, and I'm sorry.
wants to hear any of my theories, so
No, I want to hear them. I mean, I'm glad with hearing everybody's theories. I just like to, the reason I just like to say the reason why I don't think certain things when somebody tells me a theory, but there's something you might say that might change my mind. So let me mute and you tell your theory.
I
Go
think
ahead.
I think Summer was accidentally hit by a vehicle on that road. Whether it be Fred's, Joe Blow down the road, Frank Light, I don't know. But I think she was hit on that road.
I have the same theory in one of my theories, but I don't think it was Jody Sue's son. Who I think it was Laura, in my opinion, speculating.
That's a possibility too. I mean,
The way Laura says so often, Fred would do anything to protect me. But then he goes and marries Ziggy, but now he's back in Beach Creek and he's by Jody Sue's going past her house, even though she's accusing other people of doing it with clean, shiny shovels and sticks. It's kind of funny. 1 second, my son's interrupting me again.
I'm so sorry.
He
I'm
said,
so sorry, y'all.
I mean, it could have, and I'll just put it out there. I mean, I don't know. Someone may have, she may have ran down to the road and someone backed out of the driveway and didn't see her at Candace
uh-huh.
and Don's house. I mean, but I
Yeah,
just don't know why everyone's covering for everybody. I don't get it. Just tell what happened to her. She deserves that.
she does deserve
If
that.
somebody knows, just say it. I mean, if an accident, right?
Yep.
But there's other possibilities involved, like drug use, this, that, and the other. Okay, 3 years down the road, they're not going to find that.
Right.
So
I
just
agree.
tell by now what happened.
Well, and another theory I have, and I hate to bring the boys into it, was the boys, because you hear Jody Sue say things like, "What did you do? What did you do?" Candace yelling at the oldest boy. Was the oldest boy, a theory? A theory. Was it the oldest boy was supposed to be watching Summer? You have this accident where something hits the telephone pole. Jody Sue says to Andy around the same time in text message, "Something woke me. I heard a noise." Fred's sister, could it be Summer was hit by a dirt bike? Could it be Laura or Fred or somebody hit her up by the Thompsons where the telephone pool went out? I mean, it's just theory. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not a police officer. I speculate. I have an opinionated channel. I conversate, and that's where I'm going with this. But I don't think it's far fetched to believe that it's a possibility that Summer was hit by a car.
Okay, and here's the thing. Andy B swears he was at work that day when it happened. Okay, so let's take him out of the equation. So he's not going to know what happened, but who was there? Who was there? Jody was home. The boys were home.
Mm-hmm.
Candace was home. They say Dawn was home. Don't know that. I mean, 3 years later, just somebody tell.
It's possible the Redmonds were home. It's possible that the
Right.
Thompsons were home. It's possible the Sherfies were home, the Chambers, and a million other people. The people don't even know their names that live on that street, because that street, even though very spread apart, there are a good amount of houses down there.
I
And
guess
not only there, but down on Simpson.
I guess at this point, I'm just, for summer's sake, pretty much begging. Somebody say something. It's 3 years later. If anyone was on drugs that did it, or alcohol or whatever, keep that out of the equation. Don't even say that. Say an accident happened. This happened. She was run over and didn't mean to, if it was something simple like that.
Yes. But see, here's the thing. A lot of people will say, and I waver again on this too, because a lot of people will say Summer didn't roam around, that they didn't see her out. But then other people will say, yes, Summer did. And then some people will say, well, she would go out with the oldest boy, with the boys. Crystal Spencer, actually not even Crystal, right out the babe's mouth, David Britt's son, while I spoke to him, had said, we will go out and play with the boys, and Josie would be watching us, or somebody would be watching us. We would all be watching Summer. I can't remember the words verbatim. So for me, I feel like the Wells allowed Summer to go with the boys, and they thought that the oldest boy was responsible enough to keep their eye on Summer.
Okay, and there's
up and we can listen to it again one day.
Right, and there's that too. I don't by any means want to blame any other children for it, okay? But who's to say, and I'm not blaming them because I don't know. But who's to say one of the boys didn't do it and everyone's trying to cover for them?
Yep. Isn't that what happened, Lady R, to the little girl? What was her name? Athena? Was that her name? The FedEx driver? What did Moonshine Girl say? That Pell guy says the truck pulled out Ben Hill in front of his wife. Right. He did. He said it was a black Ford. Fred's father had a black Ford. Fred's father was unable to walk at that time. However, that truck was in use.
And I agree with Lady R too on the fact that maybe Donna and Candace aren't the perfect parents. Nobody is. No parent is perfect.
No.
Okay? And maybe they don't know what happened. But I think Jody does. So why won't she tell? Because she's afraid of losing money?
Again, that's another thing I waver on. Does she? Because you see the text message from her at Andy, a noise woke me up. However, you also hear her say right after that noise, my son and I went around and we were fixing the lines, and we thought there was a log on the line. My son picked the log off. We thought somebody moved the tires that I put at the bottom of the driveway. That's all in her set of 16 videos.
Have you ever heard of too much makes you look guilty? Too much.
Mm-hmm.
She's still going on about it 3 years later every single day.
Is it a possibility that Jody Sue is covering for somebody?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She knows something.
That's my opinion too. An opinion. That's speculation.
She may have even helped them to cover it up.
That's what bothers me.
And still might be.
Right before I ended my live earlier, I read one of her latest community posts, and it was about Fred, and she mentions like, oh, the things Fred was worried about was Jason and Cotton and this and that on a night that Summer disappeared. That's what she's claiming now. I just think it's a possibility that Jody Sue does know it's a lane, and it's a lane I'm going to go down. I've always said that if there's a lane, I'm going to talk about it. However, I'm not a cop. I'm not a Fed. I'm not an FBI agent. I can't tell you what I say. I can only tell you how I feel and what my opinions are as a conversation channel. And that's exactly what I'm doing now, since this bitch won't shut her fucking mouth, which there has to be a reason for it. I mean, I continuously try to move on and look at other lanes, right? But she continuously gets on there and always has some shit to say about me. And it doesn't make sense even when I stick up for her.
No,
And
because she
it seems to me like guilty ass behavior in
it
my opinion.
is. Because look, she goes forward with it, and then she backtracks, and then goes forward with it. She accused Andy of selling drugs on a hill, and then went back on that. I didn't say that. Yes, she did.
Yes, she did. She just said it in here. Or
Right.
she'll say it. Not
But then she'll
Andy,
go back on it, and then, I don't understand.
but Dawn, they would make sure that everybody was knocked out before 8. Did you hear?
Like she goes one direction, then backtracks, and it's caught to cause confusion. That's all it really is.
And just like,
and to me, that's guilty knowledge.
And then she sits there and says everybody made money, but she's the one auction. Maybe she thought she was doing a good thing, but she was auctioning off her shirt. I had showed a clip. Hey, Beverly. Hey, Moonshine. Everybody coming in. I'm sorry. I'm not, you guys know I'm horrible at the damn chat. Oh, on some nights, on other nights, I'm in tune. But I got a panel guest, and I haven't listened to these videos in a long time, so it's interesting to listen. And I got a lot of them. So we can keep doing this. If she wants to keep fucking around and finding out, that's exactly what we're going to do, is we're going to continuously listen to her words. Because, like I said, it seems to me, in my opinion, I'm speculating, that she has some sort of guilty knowledge since she can't fucking stop.
Well, here's another thing. She gets so mad.
Domestic violence.
She gets so mad if someone calls her out on something. She gets so angry, right? Blocks all these people. And if someone is getting close, then her whole story changes.
Yeah.
And she backtracks.
Close, or if they're busting her ass for lying, or she's like, she gets on here and she's acting like a saint, but she's not a saint. The bitch been to jail, right? The bitch has disappeared on her old man and her kids, leaving them at her parents' house. She was in jail when her daughter was a baby. She left the kids behind at her mom's house when Boog was a baby. Like, she fights with everybody. Now, I'm not saying she's the only asshole here. You know?
Everyone on Ben Hill's asshole.
Everybody on this earth is an asshole, in my opinion. There ain't not one fucking normal person that lives on this earth, including her. However, she'll sit over there on her high horse and think that she knows it all. Well, you know what, bitch? No, the fuck you don't.
My only thing is, everybody that lives on Ben Hill that knows what happened is assholes. Heartless, gutless pieces of shit if they know what happened and they ain't saying.
Or anybody who is proceeding to make huge bucks off of it by movie deals, contracts, books.
Exactly. She wasn't put on the earth to be made to profit from. Okay? And she was taken from her home. Now, I don't know if she's gone or if she's still with us. I have my thoughts on that. And still, people are making money off of her. Why? God didn't put her here for all that.
And she ain't seen none of it.
And God didn't take her for all that if she's gone.
and she's not seeing any of it.
It ain't
That's the
fair.
sad thing. And none of it's even out here to benefit her. The billboards were not up as long as they should have been up. There was money taken from it. It turned into a fight. What was supposed to be good for summer turned into a fight. Then you have all the marathon shit, which pretty much tragically ended up the same way. I mean, and Jody Sue was at the front and center of all that shit.
All I got to say, and then I'm going to jump down, is God help whoever knows and don't say anything. When you have to go to heaven and God asks you, why didn't you say something? Why didn't you tell somebody? You're going
They'll
straight to hell, whoever you are.
They're gonna burn. I agree. How many times have I been up here begging? If you know something, please say something. I'm sure. I mean, I don't know at this point. Just to even hide, I don't know. I don't want
And
to
that
defend
includes her
anybody.
parents if they know. That includes Andy if he knows. That includes Jody if she knows. I mean, one day
Fred,
you're going to meet your maker. All you have to do is tell or say what happened that day. She deserves that, does she not? She was human too.
yeah.
So I'm going to jump down.
All right, honey. Thank you for coming up. I'm gonna put the video back on and try to catch up a little bit with chat.
Okay.
All right, September. Thank you.
But to end this day watching her get hit, audio come out of him saying that with her, then hearing him not take her last hope of anything ever returning to her, and knowing for years that she was trapped in a box, just like I fucking was, with money in his pocket every day, but she did whatever she could to get those kids to free activities, out places. But watching him, I mean, I've been in. Okay, so I'm gonna try this again because the storm, something's got the internet all whatever. But it's been a weird morning already. Didn't even want to be dealing with this today because trust me, we are still in the middle of um, and when I say we, I mean all kinds of us. Um, and then last night I mostly took for the kids and I in between homework. Uh, but and this whole deep dive into this rabbit hole, continued deep dive. Um, but I was a little behind because about I don't know 2-3 hours after everything was happening, I was made aware that there was a whole big fiasco last night, which is that was not my circus, not my monkeys. Um, However, I found the timing a little weird and strange. Several of us digging on this rabbit hole do. Um, and so I'm gonna watch what I say very carefully. Um, I mean, honestly, yeah, I'm just not even gonna go there. So anyway, then this morning, obviously, do the school thing, etc., and then figure out a video has been posted overnight where Chase tells who is picking up his mail and all the things I've been asking about for days now.
Earl, Bailey got my lighter. Pick me a lighter up. I gotta go find a crack lighter to use. Love you. If you're listening.
Because he said that there was a handoff, right? You remember that?
Me.
Said it was two people in the handoff. That one person picked it up, handed it off to another, and then gave it to him every day. Well, in this video about the vigil that's posted on, well, I don't think she minds, it's on Tiffany Marie's. Um, Tiffany Marie's. 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 Tiffany and I'll post a piece of it here in a minute. But it has him saying that Ginger Snap and Hippie are the two handoffs, that they go pick up his stuff from the post office, etc. every day. Now, y'all, I'm not going to dox anybody, but here's what I do know. Because I do know. A little, anyway. I know Ginger's real name, and I'm not going to dox her. The people in this little web will know exactly what I'm saying is legit. But her name starts with a C, lives in Morristown, etc. And anyway, the last time really Ginger's face is seen is at that vigil that, I talked about in other videos of mine recently, and how all of a sudden she vanished from the face of the earth, really, sort of. Changed her name to somebody you used to know in the Discord chat with me, then exited out of one of them. Well, she got real quiet for days before that for no reason. But everybody in chats was told it's because she was being attacked over decorations, but that actually never really was happening. And that's where she'd vanished to. But it's strange considering everything that was around that vigil, which I mentioned several days ago, but is going to be part of what I was going to talk about soon anyway. So I'll leave that out. For now, we'll concentrate on this mill thing. Now, y'all, I find it a little strange that a woman from Morristown, who's a bank branch manager, supposedly, because the first bank that she's tied to no longer in existence. However, there's a tie to a second bank that is, open. But that doesn't mean they're not laid off. It doesn't mean whatever. There does seem to be some student loan issues there that lost a real estate license. And I don't know about you, but well, hell, who cares about a real estate license, right? If you're a bank branch, you make more, I'd say. But then there's your problem using your degree too. So I really don't know, but anybody can get like a 5-year deferral or whatever on student loans generally, or like $100 a month, whatever, pay them. And if you could drop 1,000 on a hotel, well, why in the hell couldn't you pay 100 on a student loan? It just doesn't make sense to me. So anyway, now mind you that this is only after really summer's marathons going that everybody suddenly has. Either way, so then we'll also get to that later. But I find it a little strange. This person from Morristown is going to drive all the way to Gray, where the P.O. box and everything is, pick up mail, hand it off to a second person, and then that second person is eventually going to get its chase.
Guys, I'm going to have to step away for a second here again because I found a lighter. It's a dead lighter. It took me 5 minutes to get the fucker to work. I hurt my finger doing so, trying to light a damn cigarette. So I'm going to go call my husband and see if he will DoorDash me. That's crazy. A lighter. I got to go find a fucking lighter. I'm going to go up to my kid's room. He thinks it's a joke. He comes in here. He literally stood behind me for 2 seconds. That's what he was doing. He was stealing my lighter. That little fucker. Bailey, you're in trouble, dude. Wait till you come home. I'm taking all your lighters. I'm going up in your room and I'm taking them all. DoorDash a lighter. I swear to God, because I got to smoke my weed and I'm going to fucking kill this little bastard. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He's not that. He's my kid and I love him. But, they think it's funny. Your kids, they think it's funny to do shit like that. It's not funny. So I'm going to let you guys listen to this. I'm going to step away and go look for a fucking lighter and call my husband. Yeah. Like, this is insanity. All right. Let me put your video back on here. But you hear her talking about Ginger Snap. Oh, yeah, she's going to tell you how she thinks she knew her and all that other shit that she now claims she never said. Mm-hmm.
Now, I find that a little damn odd with all the responsibilities a bank branch manager would supposedly hold. And I know quite a few people that actually work at banks. Their daily duties, even online, if they're working from home right now, are quite a few. They are timed while on computers to make sure they're actually there, doing what they're supposed to be doing. So I'd assume the same would apply for a bank branch manager. Um, I just find it a little strange. You know, I find it even more strange that suddenly Ginger Snap vanishes. All the strange things, and like I'd said in my previous live show, my daughter and I felt like we knew her, recognized her from somewhere previously. Oh, there's some things to that too. But yeah, and then that chat and Discord name changes to somebody you used to know. And then she basically vanishes off the face of the earth. She's not seen again. But either way, this whole thing, like I've been telling you all, is much deeper than you think it is. And I'm afraid that some of these smaller players in it, say like Chase and Ginger and others, because I really do think they're smaller players of some variety, or some are actually trapped by what they may not have realized was going to happen, but now they're getting ready to be the fall guys for, or they're disposable. I don't know. It's cops find out, but I'm gonna keep digging until they do. And then, there's some things in there. Like I said, we'll talk about it, of course, in the next few days. But these channels are still not even the tip of the iceberg. They're still kind of like, nah, you know. I mean, there are one or two of them that are bigger. There's also some things that I don't think people are aware of, and I may do a second live here in a second, just so it's easily parsed and digested. But for the most part, this one I want to stick to the whole. There's a video out there with Chase finally saying, or well, I don't think you realize, because there's a lot in these videos if you go back and watch them, even though they're 8, 10, 12-hour streams, which is part of the whole thing anyway, because it's hard for people to download, go through, parse apart. Some of these videos were never put back up, mind you, like we all know that the last part of the video that never came back up with John Q and Q Carlock.
All right. He's not going to DoorDash me a lighter. However, he's going to pick me one up in the morning. I got to deal with the crack later. Who put her in the grave? Don't know, Beth Ann. You all know when I first heard JSB, I was hoping. Yeah, Mimi Jean. And if you ask her anything about Summer, she attacks. It's just everything she just wants to tell you. Nothing that pertains to any questions. Like, she'll answer some questions. She'll come on your panel and answer. And she'll do everything she can to make you believe her and feel sorry for her. And in my opinion, play the victim. But, man, there's just something not right there. Why does she continuously attack everybody? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, just let people move on and do their thing. Cover Summer. Cover domestic violence if that's what you want to cover, but cover domestic violence. Don't cover what you're covering. Don't call if you want to call creators out, fine. But you're going over the fuck board with it, because I'm not even fucking with you and you continuously fuck with me. And many others. People get sick of it. What's the reason for it, Jody Sue? Because you're not getting attention? What, you're not pulling in the big bucks or something? Like, what the, Christmas is coming up? School's back in session? I don't fucking know. It needs to fucking stop. You're the one that keeps putting Summer in a bad light. Her name.
It was because of bank stuff being mentioned at the end on an actual fight with Tiffany. So anyway, because we were actually there when that happened. But you notice they've let time pass for you all and you've forgotten to keep the crap. For where are those videos and why aren't they put back up? Well, okay, short-term memory. Internet moves along quite quickly. Keep asking for those videos to be put back up in full. So anyway, yeah. So I think I'll do another one here in just a second. But I just find it real odd that this person, this Ginger Snap, real name starts with a C, is driving from Morristown to Gray to then pick up mail for somebody, Chase, and then hand it off to a second person. Then it finally gets to Chase. And then there he is on a video saying it out loud, not even realize. Man, these videos, they hold so much. So much. But anyway, I just that's my thought for the day. But yeah, whatever the fuck went down last night, that was not my circus, not my monkeys. But I also think it could have been a preemptive bullshit SWAT to make anything else like look like somebody's just doxing him or harassing or doing whatever. And I think all kinds of things at this point. But yeah, I know more than obviously, and still digging. And I'm telling you, this rabbit hole is whoo. But these channels are definitely still doing what they were doing prior, and the sleight of hand and all the BS is there. We'll talk about that in a second. But now, knowing what I do, the things I've heard, things I've seen, is this last cycle went on with fucking Andy. And I've wondered for a few years now, since the worst of his shit's picked up, and as it's gotten more violent and crazy, knowing these last, it was do or die for us. And I don't care what anybody wants to believe, this wasn't baby bit or mama, anything else. This was where do we place in the cycle, the patterns I have to play. It was everything to figure out if this source, if this newest supply was good enough to leave. And it was. But during that time, we had to figure out where we were. And he can tell everybody he was done, and blah, blah, whatever, right? That was not the case. It's what it is every time. Comes to me and says, no, I just need time, but in front of everybody else, I'm done. This is confusing shit. And you have to play the game, right? You always have to play a fucking game. But knowing those last days, here he was, this bag of meth, telling me there's coke in the fucking bay at work. Hearing his nose doing what it was doing, seeing how crazy he was fucking getting and acting, the weight loss for the last couple of years, and at the beginning of that cycle, a couple of years ago, all of a sudden the same hint drops because Andy could never not tell on his fucking self or give himself away. Just like, oh, the BP lady's fucking having a baby, and oh, like I give a shit who mentions that, and oh, well, I know somebody has a kid that needs this movie, and always giving his fucking stuff away, dude. And June this, and I've been trying to whatever since, and I need to quit my job, and you'll see it'll ruin our lives if you don't let me. Basically telling me he got too close to a piece of pussy, and if I didn't let him get away from her, then it was going to do whatever, right? But now, knowing what I do, the things I've heard, things I've seen, is this last cycle went on with fucking Andy. And I've wondered for a few years now, since the worst of his shit's picked up. And as it's gotten more violent and crazy, knowing these last, it was do or die for us. And I don't care what anybody wants to believe, this wasn't baby bit or mama, anything else. This was where do we place in the cycle, the patterns I have to play. It was everything to figure out if this source, if this newest supply was good enough to leave. And it was. But during that time, we had to figure out where we were. And he can tell everybody he was done, and blah, blah, whatever, right? That was not the case. It's what it is every time. Comes to me and says, no, I just need time, but in front of everybody else, I'm done. This is confusing shit. And you have to play the game, right? You always have to play a fucking game. But no, in those last days, here he was, just bag of meth, telling me there's coke in the fucking bay at work. Hearing his nose doing what it was doing, seeing how crazy he was fucking getting and acting. The weight loss for the last couple of years and the beginning of that cycle. A couple of years ago, all of a sudden, the same hint drops because Andy could never not tell on his fucking self or give himself away. Just like, oh, the BP lady's fucking having a baby, and oh, like I give a shit who mentions that, and oh, well, I know somebody that has a kid that needs this movie, and always giving his fucking stuff away, dude. And June this, and I've been trying to whatever since, and I need to quit my job, and you'll see it'll ruin our lives if you don't let me. Basically telling me he got too close to a piece of pussy, and if I didn't let him get away from her, then it was going to do whatever, right? Because he thought he could slip away from her that way, and life could continue, and he could be, and I would stay, like I know. But now, and for all these years, I try to take from everybody in town. It's like, man, is he on that stem fast? Because he lost so much weight, right? Because his fucking fat ass would sit on me all them years and beat on me. And the more weight loss, it was, it was harder for him to do, but kept telling everybody, no, no, no. And then lately, man, he was just looking like shit. Like fucking shit and acting crazier. The more that was happening, the more trips he was making over there to Dawn to see him, and there was this whole thing, and he had to hurry up and get there. And now I wonder, I told everybody now, I was like, no, he's not stem fast, he's not on meth or nothing. But man, maybe he was smoking fucking enough for me to not notice, not to be able to tell, because he was on fucking pills and shit too from his mom and everybody else, dude. And I kept begging for them to fucking stop. Because what little empathy that motherfucker did have didn't need to be fucking taken. And nobody listened to me like nobody ever fucking does until, right? But now I wonder. And it plays back into me like, you watch these men. You watch the fucking abuse, you see it, you experience it up fucking close. See the fucking tricks and the dirty shit they can pull, and man, the regular public, they have no fucking idea what these monsters can do. Kind of manipulation they're capable of. Greed is always at the center. Themselves, women and children last. Public faces versus faces at home. You watch as they go on 3 and 4 day, week-long supply they've got. And you're trapped in boxes. You have nowhere to run. They won't take your mail. Children 1-800 numbers. Bullshit. They turn everybody around you into a flying fucking monkey.
Do you see how she was gaining the pity and sympathy of people? Like she was in imminent danger and she needed help, and the shelters wouldn't take her because she had an adult son child. She had people giving her numbers, telling people, telling places to call. She was refusing it. Her family had land. Her son could have gone with anybody in her family member, as he did after all of this. She brings her kids up and brings them up and brings them up and brings them up and brings them up. It makes people curious, Jody. It makes people want to talk because of the things you fucking say. Take the stick out of your ass, bitch.
Your family, your friends, random ass people you don't even know at gas stations, at work, places they are. You watch these men have a fortune to spend on themselves, their habits, but not their children, not you. But then they turn around and they say that it's all you. It's all about my family, right? But then you live with these monsters. You live next to them. You see that the cops don't listen. Your friends, flying monkeys, your family. Oh. But what I do know is that if I had my picks, it wouldn't be Candace. Oh, and it's not just because of that. It's not. It's because of the weird shit behind the scenes, too. That final, I took everything from you in that one audio tonight. Seems real purposeful to me. Nothing left, right? Can't even feel how they feel at home because your feelings are more important. While you stand there and you talk shit about them to people who disrespect them and talk shit about them, it's not what a team or a couple does. What the fuck is that? The fuck is that? What do these people behind the scenes have to gain? Once again, what do these fucking YouTubers have to gain? Man, there are so many things in play in motion here. So many cogs of deception to all of this. And do I think it's just to get to Candace or to get to Donnie? Nope. I think the money, I think the Q, the Penny, the Scott, all of these things, Chase, all of these other people involved, these little channels, these whatever, they're there for all kinds of other reasons. Not just the weird ass evidence being found, the tears of these people, the tears as in, not like so many things wrong here. But then to maybe find somebody that's like Andy and Dawn that wouldn't care about doing something like that to their already victim. For money, especially, dude. And see, it's not that I've ever been protecting Candace. Like I said, we weren't even friends. Like, really, we were neighbors. Just neighbor stuff. But I knew from that day that if I had my picks, it wouldn't be her. And that's how I still feel. And I am still, even at this point, holding my fucking tongue. And maybe I shouldn't be. But I know that it's best that I don't speak on the rest until I calm the fuck down with a cooler head and I feel better. Because I'll tell you right now, it's a rough ride today and tonight. My own fucking abuser watching his face pop up in Messenger for no reason at the very top of my fucking list as I was tapping a conversation to talk to one person.
Something I want you to take notice of too. Look where she's sitting. It's like a dining room area going into a kitchen. She doesn't live in a tiny little trailer where she's secluded in some damn box. So she could quit that too, pretending she's in some pity party ass fucking situation that she's not in. She gets on there, she trashes her family the same fucking way, and then she goes on and says, "Don't trash my family, that's my family." She does it to everybody. And a lot of these videos I was listening to, oh, social workers have told me, and this one have told me. She says in one of these videos, I didn't play that one. That's the one I took down because I thought it was a little too damning, and I wasn't going to do that to her. But she says that even psychiatrists and social workers have told her to quit being fucking crazy. In my opinion, that's what she's saying. Oh, Lord. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really bad at chat on my last couple lives. I'm trying. I'm in tuned. I'm stressed. She stresses me, dude. That, and sometimes I just see things in chat that I don't really personally want to respond to because I want to read it later. You guys ask interesting questions. So he didn't just pop up. It don't work that way. I agree. Andy B very well may be seeing something. All right, let me put the video. Thank you, Beverly. Let me put the video back on. I'm just frustrated with her.
It swaps out to his after all these months being gone, and I know fully fucking deleted with the rest of his fucking accounts. There it is, and I hit it, and it pops up to a fucking conversation in 2018. It's talking about love you, whatever, and picture. There's this fucking picture he sent me of himself, right? Like, fuck. And here's the baby shoe in the car today that's fresh and new and underneath the seat. I'm like, oh, okay. And then this. But I'm telling you, there's something real fucking up here. And then watching the public YouTube do rather, what they did tonight. That was the lowest thing I've seen fucking humanity do, and that should tell anybody who knows me quite a bit. Because I've seen some shit in my day. But I did watch some humans in chat go, man, why are we not calling? Who's calling? And I guess those are the little lights in the darkness, the people I guess you want seen. By if you need them and help in public or something, because fuck me, 80% of them wouldn't give a shit. And they'd think it was okay because here are 2,000 other people watching it or cheering it on. Trying to excuse it because there was drinking involved. Man, there ain't no excuse for any of that. I don't care if it's, oops, I found a bag of meth at the gas station, picked up so a kid wouldn't get it, or oh, when I was doing a sweep in here and this there, dude. And all the visits and all the shit I found out since, man. And all the people telling me they've seen this motherfucker and the new supply going back and forth snorting shit in the fucking car. And now I wonder, like, what's the connection to fucking Dawn? You know, I wonder all these fucking things. Or was he getting shit off Dawn all this time? Like, I just don't fucking know, man. It's been a hell of a day and a hell of a fucking night. It's been weeks of me wondering all kinds of shit like that, and I don't know. But man, at this point, I'll trade brains to anybody. Just so mine can have a break for 5 minutes. You can take my fucking heart too, because it's had kind of fucking enough. But watching somebody out, I mean, we were just fucking neighbors, man, and this is happening. I mean, anybody, you reach out to somebody when they, you know, so fucking dizzy right now. Watching this woman being isolated. Oh God, I'm so dizzy. By the world, by YouTube, and now this shit tonight, and then her getting it excused by so many, and then also told, well, no, make sure we don't get him arrested for this, because, well, we need him back so we can get more information. We could have got more if nobody done anything, or if we could have just got him back on call, and y'all don't do anything, because we need him not in jail. Doesn't matter if he killed. So I thought I'd pop on tonight. Actually, I was going to earlier.
Okay, guys, so this is the 2-hour stream. Almost 2 hours, an hour and 48 minutes and 14 seconds long. I'm just going to sit back for a little bit. I don't think I've heard this. I might have. I don't remember from what I listened to quickly. So I'm just going to sit back and listen for a little bit. I'm not going to chat. I want to hear what she has to say. From what I heard, the beginning of it's pretty boring. But I was skipping through and she eventually gets into talking about the marathon and it seemed a little bit interesting. I probably listened tonight to probably about 3 minutes of it. So yeah, I will. I'll be in. I just want to listen for a little bit. I want to take it in. If she's boring, of course I'm going to be in chat. And I'm being honest with you. I'm enjoying you guys asking questions to Andy and him answering them. And I'm here. I'm chatting. Just when she gets interesting, I get quiet. That's all. Okay. Let's listen.
But then, I didn't. It's not been a very good day health-wise, obviously. I even just didn't even make my radiation appointment. I felt so bad, and And when I was running the temperature, you can't really be in there anyway. So, I don't know that like I said, it won't matter anyway, because I have no... It just doesn't matter anyway. But I had thought about coming on here earlier. I just didn't feel well enough. And then it took me a few hours to make everything cooperate anyway. And there seems to be an awful lot of coincidences tonight. And the past few days there's been Are you okay, Pickles? Did it attack you? It attacked her. That's what happened. She, a minute ago, Attenborough, there were lizards scurrying on the TV. And I guess when you have like 70 inches of scurrying lizards. So Pickles was in heaven. And yeah, so now she's on a roll. She's fighting, I guess, invisible lizards coming out of the TV screen. Yeah. Bless her little soul, she's extra. But anyway. Yeah, so there's been an abundance of weirdness past few days, past week. Oh dear, she's just after my food. I still can't stomach to eat. And I gave her people. Look, don't you look at me like that. She's just after my food, guys. You're not getting it, man. When I choose to eat, I'll give you bites. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. Yes, that's just what they wanted to see tonight. You gonna say hi, Pickles? Alright, man, I can see how this is going. Take that. There you go. See? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm not ready yet. I love that cat. But anyway, oh, it feels so good, y'all. I'm freezing. Anyway. There's been an abundance of Hannibal Lecters. Oh, my hands are warm. I'm so cold tonight, guys. Not that it's any different. I could be out 90 degrees and it's like this. Oh, but I literally have like 85 in here, plus an extra heater directly on me, plus blankets, and I've made apple cider here just so I can hold it. Plus I hate socks, and I hate anything on my feet, quite frankly. I don't know. But I mean, I do wear socks with the shoes, but I hate anything on my feet. I don't like it. But I sure do buy an awful lot of socks. Could never keep a pair until recently because I kid you not, Andy would steal all of my socks. Every single pair. Just like all my t-shirts, all my hoodies, all my clothing. And I'm not even joking. Y'all think I'm joking. I'm not. Like, I tried to tell Judge, I'm like, literally, the clothes he's wearing in the damn courtroom today are mine. Mine. And the boy has snuck out and stolen brand new Jaws edition shoes. And that's the thing, you couldn't even keep shoes around the dude. So anyway. Yeah. But anyway, I've got my Nightmare Before Christmas little things on, which feel like a grandma because they have the little slip grips on them. Because I keep, I don't know, self-slipping when I walk past couple days. So, either way, and I'm still freezing. So anyway, there seems to be an abundance of, and I keep being asked the question over and over and over again the past couple days in the middle of this chaos. And I'm sure it's meant by trolls to trigger, to do whatever. But I mean, and then some people are just curious, and some days I think I'm the one that doesn't have a filter. Oh no, let me tell you, other humans, they definitely have a very real lack of filters. And I don't think they think about their questions sometimes. But God, I'm so cold. Y'all are gonna see me before the end of this week. I'm going to find wherever those Arctic researchers get up at, and I'm gonna buy myself one of those outfits, and I'm just gonna sit here in it, and I'll still probably be cold. So I thought I'd pop on tonight. Actually, I was going to earlier, but then I didn't. It's not been a very good day health-wise, obviously. I even just didn't even make my radiation appointment. I felt so bad, and when I was running the temperature, you can't really be in there anyway. So, and I don't know that I mean, like I said, it won't matter anyway, because I have no it just doesn't matter anyway. But I had thought about coming on here earlier. I just didn't feel well enough. And then it took me a few hours to make everything cooperate anyway. And there seems to be an awful lot of coincidences tonight. And the past few days there's been Are you okay, Pickles? Did it attack you? It attacked her. That's what happened. She, a minute ago, Attenborough, there were lizards scurrying on TV. And I guess
Why every time I'm live, something ridiculous happens? Guys, my cat just scared the fucking life out of me. I screamed so loud. I was trying to run to the fucking computer to get somebody to call 911. Fucking cat got locked upstairs while I was making coffee, I guess. I don't know. I hear all kinds of banging, something pop, and then a whole lot of running that sounded like a fucking toddler. It ain't even my cat. It's my son's cat. He brought it here. This little hyper motherfucker. I'm sorry for the cussing. Oh my God. I just almost had a heart attack. Whew. Sorry. That's why I was going so long. Because then the dog goes running over to the steps. Jesus. I feel like I'm going to pass out. I just got lightheaded. My heart dropped in my stomach. Oh, so how's this live? Boring so far. Should I skip ahead a little bit? Like an earthquake? Holler. Oh my God. My cat's never like usually all that hyper. They go outside, they play on my porch. I have one of them cat scratching posts out there. They're all most of our cats. Listen, man. If these kids bring home one more fucking animal, I swear. So I have had 3 cats. One of them passed away. It was old. We get the 2 fixed because another one's old. We inherited her because my father-in-law passed away. She wasn't fixed when she came, so we go and get her fixed, and then my kids sneak home an orange cat years ago. We still have him, sort of. I'll explain it. But we get him fixed. So then my kids move in and they got 3 cats. They were able to get rid of one of them and they brought 2 here and their cats are not fixed. And the kids leave the doors open and the one cat gets pregnant, has 4 kittens. Then the other one don't even look pregnant and has 2 kittens at the same time, 2 days apart, right? So we've gotten rid of 3 of the kittens because they're old enough. And I told these kids they literally have a month to get these 2 other cats fixed. Because it's fighting kittens all day long. That's probably how the cat got locked in the room. Because I'm scared the dog's going to eat the kittens. So we got to keep them in the room. I know. Oh, Lady Or, your kittens are so cute. All are you're sick of them. You should have seen me here the other night. I had such a bad day. It was like the night of all my sister's stuff, right? So, oh, wait, let's go back to my orange cat. My orange cat moved out. He moved in with the neighbor, and my neighbor's okay with him. He doesn't want the new dog. He doesn't want the new cats. He doesn't want to be here. So he packed his shit and he left. We're still taking care of him. We provide food up there. The lady doesn't mind. She's a lonely old lady. So the cat's fine and we have too many here. And I'm just like, okay, you can have him. He's chipped. He's fixed. He's beautiful. Not mine, holler girl. That fucker left. He's like, I've had enough of these animals they brought here. He don't hate me. He comes up, he visits, he comes home. Like he just has two homes, pretty much is what it is. My daughter actually just took him to my sister's shop to get him shaved because he got stuck in the woods and had burrs all over him. It was horrible. So I told her, you better go get him and get him shaved. Definite personality. And they're grumpy. They're like really like Garfield or Heathcliff. They're grumpy but lovey. All right, guys, let me put this video back on before I sit here and talk about these cats forever. Especially this little fucker just scared me. Her owner stealing my lighter tonight. Your cat's name's Garfield. Mine's Simba. After Lion King, of course. He had a little suitcase. He did. He moved out. He said, I've had enough of this. You guys you went from the Chihuahua that's another thing too. Right before he decided to move out, we had a pit up the street. My husband was chasing my little Chihuahua. We got loose. The pitch chain reached the alley and he grabbed my Chihuahua that I had for 11 years. My love. I loved him. My little Chico. And my granddaughter and my cat seen it, and I think it was traumatic to Simba, and that's part of the reason Simba moved out. Because then right at the same time, my son and daughter-in-law were moving in with the kids. I just think it was a lot. He was stressed out. Yeah, them animals, they feel stressed too, you know? But okay. No, I'm sad over Chico. Let me put this video on. Yeah, we get this giant husky. And he's beautiful, but he's an asshole too. He's in there right now squeaking his toy. Sorry if you hear it.
Surgeon, because they had to be there as well during my surgery with my other surgeon to try to bring this up. And then in case we had to go in and get the mass further down my lung branches and other places. But my cardio threat, look, there's not a person here that was not amazed at the job my surgeon did. And honestly, my THICA groups, I had one of the best scars I've ever seen. My surgeon truly was and is amazing. But he, it was such a neat, but what happened was when I started radiation, for some reason that scar keloided and started thickening and pulling so tight I couldn't move anything. And also inside of here, when they do that surgery, they cut a nerve that makes your arm and shoulder work, right? And that's why I have some problems with this arm as well now. And like it'll go numb, I can't feel it, certain things. And then I hurt it the days after because I was overextending it and overdoing things. I still had tubes and things in as my path was passing and all these other things. And I was here trying to do my best and to clean and get all these things moved and so they could bring him home to pass. And that was still not healed, and I wasn't supposed to be doing what I was doing. Even the doctors and surgeons couldn't figure out how in the hell I was moving that arm yet. And trust me, most people, even weeks after, you can't wash your own hair, you can't do anything because you don't have the use of, because it takes a while for that to go back together. But either way, a scar keloided, and we had to do injections in my neck to break it apart. And they worked, but that also separated the very beautifully job he did. And at a certain point, we'll go back in and maybe. I don't really care about it so much, but now that all this other stuff's happening, I have Anyway, so the point is with my voice the way it is after the surgery and
The dog's being an asshole. Curse, nobody knows. If you remember correctly, Ellie Mae said that the Thompsons have the footage and it's been given to the police. Oh my God. Are you saying hello? What do you want? You just want to make an appearance while I'm live? Dude, I'm not petting you. He's bullying me. He wants belly rubs. You guys know how he does. Anybody want a husky? He talks all day, Beverly. I'm sorry. He's putting his leg under on my head and ground, like talking to me. He talks all day long. You have a Boston Terrier. My animals are being so bad tonight. What do you want? I'm live. Okay. I'm sorry. You know what? Just let me put this video on. He ain't gonna stop. I gotta put him outside or something.
And being lucky enough to still have one. The death's head moth holds very real significance for me. And my family tried to get me to have tattoos around it, but I'm not much for neck tattoos. They fade. They're not real. They're not my thing. They fade quickly. It's like hand tattoos and stuff. There's just certain places you just don't want to get tattoos. But so there's several, But I thought about one point having the chrysalis put here, dangling like a necklace pendant, and didn't, and instead had it incorporated into the life cycle here. That'll eventually all become part of an entire arm piece for my pet. So, but the circle leads back to all these Hannibal Lecters here. Online who keep asking, can you still hear the scream? Can you still hear the scream? And there's that movie. You're right, right? And what do they pull out of the voiceless dead woman's, throat? Well,
Okay, guys, I'm back. It should calm down here. Look, the kids ain't here, just a granddaughter. She's sleeping. Ooh, how could it be so busy? These damn animals, sometimes they're worse than kids. I missed everything she said. So what? Hand tattoos? Was she talking about hand tattoos? I'm not going to go back. I'm just going to listen forward and read the chat and smoke a damn cigarette because these animals just. The dog's outside. All right.
Oh, I just said Chrysalis, right? She can't speak. And then further, and the thing about that is, I do and I don't. From the first days after, man, not even days, but I could hear it so vividly. But my brain almost immediately started trying to not hear it. And it haunted. Still does, but in a different way. Because see, now I don't necessarily hear it. I see it. I see it. And I know my daughter still hears it. I know my son does. And how we don't talk about very much. But I know they do because of things that are still said, and like, small moments. But me, I mostly see it. And I tried to explain as more and more interviews and more and questions, and how many times I heard that in all those weeks. What did the scream sound like, Jody C? What did the scream sound like? Can you describe the scream? Can you describe the scream? Can you describe the scream? And within days, I was having to try to help other people understand that something was occurring. And that for the first time in my life, sort of, my brain was doing something. And I felt even then, and I still do now, was trying to wall it off. But what it almost immediately started doing was turning into a shape for me. No longer a noise when I closed my eyes, but a shape. And every day, it still exists in that form. Like almost every time I blink, it's there. It's there. But it's a shape. A shape that is overlaid. I don't know if you've ever seen how they...
All right. I've heard her talk about the shapes before, but not in this live. I have never seen this live. I've never heard it detailed like this. When she spoke about it and the times I heard it, it was like the shape of Fred's, like where the scream was, that she claims nobody knows where the scream was. And I agree with her. Nobody knows where she heard the scream from, right? However, now she's saying the neighbors heard it, but you just heard me play at the beginning of this that the neighbors never heard the scream. Dawn and Candace never heard the scream. But I've never heard this, but this has to be the best explanation of the shape scream I ever heard in my life tonight.
Turning into a shape for me. No longer a noise when I closed my eyes, but a shape. And every day, it still exists in that form. Like almost every time I blink, it's there. It's there. But it's a shape. A shape that is overlaid. I don't know if you've ever seen how they made the first Disney pictures. But they would paint like glass, and then they would do certain others over clear film or other pieces of glass, and they would put those two together, like they would do background, and then they would do the moving piece, It's interesting to watch if you've never watched. But when I close my eyes, I see the scream as a shape, and it's overlaid across another picture for me. A certain area on that road that I know this shape doesn't belong. But that's because of other things. And I know why that shape is overlaid across that piece of property. But here's all this greenery and these trees, and this height and this water. And here's the shape of that scream. And I could sit down any day and I could draw the scream for you, and I don't know why it became a shape. I'm sure a psychologist can tell you why, but I can't. I can take my guesses, but I can still hear faintly, like if I try really hard. Thing is, I don't want to. I don't want to. But like it's right there. It's right behind that shape, right? It's how close it is for me. And when I try to push myself, it's like, nope. And it won't give it to me. Or something disconnects. So the answer is yes and no. And what's weird for me is that I don't even have to close my eyes to watch my entire life replay like a movie. Especially not those days, but my whole life's been that way. I can see just like you're standing outside of yourself, and I can see even before I could crawl. I can watch these things. I can hear my parents. I can hear the strangers. I can hear the fights. I can hear the arguments. I can remember the words verbatim. I can remember the food trucks and the taste of. I can feel the Texas dirt below my legs. I can feel myself petting, my pet rabbit. I can still see him. I can feel, and see, and I can watch. I could watch myself crawl into planters for safety. I could watch, the blood fly. I could watch, feel, and see as my little fingers at a sink or in ink pads. And there's one more.
I'm sorry. I kept that muted for a minute. I'm going now. I need to stop. I take mental health seriously. Jody, you make it so hard. Fucking damn, dude. I had to pause that. I need a break. My ribs hurt. We're just gonna pause that for a minute. I haven't laughed like this in so long. Oh, fuck. She's meditating this shit, dude. Why have I never seen this before? I've had it this whole time. Oh, I can't. Oh, God. What the fuck is psilocybin? What is that, Lady R? Tell me how to pronounce it. Stop, it hurts. Ooh, magic mushrooms. Oh, she's tripping on something here, in my opinion. Make sure you put in your opinion. Bethy said replay. Okay. I'm gonna be here all night. Oh, this is funny as fuck. She has little minions telling her don't watch that one holler girl, but that would be funny. I would love to see her replay this one. Could you see it? What the fuck world does she live on? Oh, let me put this back on. This is so bad. I can't quit laughing. I'm gonna go back a little bit.
I don't want to. But like it's right there. It's right behind that shape, right? It's how close it is for me. And when I try to push myself, it's like, nope. And it won't give it to me. Or something disconnects. So the answer is yes and no. And what's weird for me is that I don't even have to close my eyes to watch my entire life replay like a movie. Especially not those days. But my whole life's been that way. I can see just like you're standing outside of yourself, and I can see even before I could crawl I can watch these things. I can hear my parents. I can hear the strangers. I can hear the fights. I can hear the arguments. I can remember the words verbatim. I can remember the food trucks and the taste of. I can feel the Texas dirt below my legs. I can feel myself petting, my pet rabbit. I can still see him. I can feel, and see. And I can watch. I can watch myself crawl into planters for safety. I can watch, the blood fly. I can watch, feel, and see as my little fingers at a sink or in ink pads. And there's one more manhole cover, right? And I can watch through the years as the last thing I see before darkness starts. I can see the lure, the thing that takes me into the darkness. I can see the ice cream that's shaped like Pink Panther's foot in the 80s, of course, right? With the gumball, as the big toe. It's the last thing I remember before the darkness that took me like it took summer. And then for months after that, there's nothing, which is not something normal in my world, in my brain. It's the only time there's just darkness, and there's no movie to replay, and there's no words to remember, and there's no anything until I'm here in Tennessee, and I'm with my pap, and we're fixing fences, and he reaches down, and he smiles at me, and he calls me a certain name that was new, and it's the first time I feel human. And it's the first light I find that brings me out of the darkness. And for the rest of my life until now, everything, every horror, every good moment, every happy thing, it's all there. I can watch it, I can feel it, I can see it. The conversations verbatim. The first night I met Andy, right? But we'd actually been in the same circles, but for some reason, my mind had honestly blocked him too, because him and I, by that point, we had the same memories. We were hanging out in the same places, same people, but he was such a goofball that even I didn't. And I'm not that type of person. I never ignored anybody, never met a stranger. There wasn't another kid on the planet. Didn't matter how they dressed or how poor they were. I wasn't friends with and didn't reach a hand out to. So why that existed with Andy, I'll never know. But it did. So met that night. But I can remember exactly what I was wearing. I can remember what he was wearing. I can remember our conversation verbatim. I can remember the crunch of gravel. I can remember the seats in the car. I can remember walking. I mean, everything. Everything in my life is like that. Everything. I can remember the first hit. I can remember what shirt I was wearing. I can remember the words. I can remember the apologies. I can remember the William wearing Mary Me's. I can remember my whole life is like that. And all the beautiful moments. But, yeah. And I'm not even trying to cry tonight. Lord knows I'm not. No, y'all. I did my acid pill a while ago. If I cry, I'm likely to make myself go blind. But, I can remember giving birth to my son. And it was such a... the medical... Yeah, it's just... Nobody listened to me because I was young, right? She doesn't know what she actually was supposed to do for her. No, I did. Everybody violated my whole everything that day. But then you have Andy over there, like kind of pushing into me. He was like, what are you going to do about this? Here I am doing one of those pushes, and everything's going so quick, and they want me to take care of something else because of the cord cutting thing. Angry at me because of. But my whole life plays like that. These aren't still shots for me. They aren't just snippets of. It plays. It plays like a movie in bright, vivid color. Just like if you're watching one on TV. It plays for me. In any moment I want to pick out, I can shut my eyes on it, have to, or I can go back to it, and I can replay it. And until the Peeping Tom incident, when Andy decided I need that medicine, way he could get away with the horrors he was getting away with then. Didn't care what he destroyed. But it took me a while, but I got my abilities back, and even then I can replay even during that time. The problem with having a memory like that is the thing is, until the past couple years, I could never rewatch a show twice. I couldn't read a book twice because it was redundant. I could remember it word for word, verbatim. So I didn't have the luxury most people have to reread or redo or to forget. Because I couldn't. And now, in age and combination of other things, there are moments. But it's things like now, right? For some reason, my mom wants to make that scream into a shape. And Lord, I tried to explain that. But there's definitely something up with why it's done that. Because and there are some pains you want to keep close to you. And there are some, I guess, that even my brain, even though all the bad and the horrors, and I've always been one to look at even the bad's good because it teaches you things, and without darkness there is no light. Right? What's a world without some darkness in it? Because without darkness, you couldn't know the joys of light. Without sadness, you don't know happiness. Without pain, you don't know pleasure. Without knowing calm and chaos, there's always perfect balance. The bookends, right, of life. It's like my pap's last words. I kept waiting those last days for moments like I talked about in the last video. When people are passing, they suddenly come to, and they're super vivid. They're super there. They're super lucid. I kept waiting for those with my pap, but they never came. But I was so lucky because one of them, and I know he hurt us. I know he did, but gosh, he was trying so hard to open his eyes. I was touching his face, and he was struggling, and a tear come out. Man, I never seen that man cry.
All right, because I'm human and I have a heart, I don't want to hear her talk about her pap and her cancer and all that. She did enough with the shape shifting alien aluminum foil hat shit a few minutes ago. We're just going to pass that. I skipped forward. Sorry, guys.
And then they start, when I get back to him, asking, what does she even look like? And I know my exact words to him. Oh. And,
The dramatics. I'm not looking at chat, guys. I'm trying to see
work
where
this
we're at here.
puzzle in my head.
Okay, we got
These
puzzles in
questions
chat.
I have. These theories of my own. Eyes closed or open. Can walk back through. Can feel the water. And it's not that cool that day. It's not. Even in the shade, it's not. Parts are stagnant. In the pit of my stomach, I already know. Still terrified though as I walk those waters. As I know there's call back and forth to keep track of each other. See if either of us are family. The grass. The limbs. Things. I can feel them in real time. I can see them, I can hear them as the movie replays. I watch as I go into the creek. I hear as Candace comes down the hill. I hear the boys. I hear it all. I can replay it.
She's referring to Summer as a movie? Glenview, you're right. She did say that. But why is she referring to Summer and Summer's story and Summer being abducted or disappearing as a movie? Just like her memories. She's on her trying to act normal now, like this, that. This is the shit she was doing on Facebook. And then coming over here. And then she claims people stole her unprivated videos. I've seriously had enough of her. Seriously. In my opinion, I've had enough of her.
Every second of it, I can hear it. Sunlight as it fades. I can see the gouges in the mud in the field that's been clear cut. I can see the track marks of heavy equipment. I can see the damage done. Things that should have never been done to. can see the tree stands. They've also moved down. I can remember my own thoughts. I can see the faces. I can hear the voices to my right. I can hear as the other neighbors start to join, and they start, when I get back to them, asking, what does she even look like? I don't know my exact words to them. Health. And how I described her. But on others that day, we knew when we didn't find her in that area. And I say others, but I mean one. We knew she wasn't there. And we knew by lack of animal tracks that wasn't the case. I mean, it was pretty apparent quickly. She wasn't in there. Our guts told us that, our minds told us that, our brains told us that. And for the others, knowing that this hadn't been the first lost child over there, and that child had been found, even though they were nonverbal, they had been found quickly. And, you know she's not in there. You hope still. But as parents, as neighbors, see, we're not the cops. We're not these strangers. That land, we know. And as we walk back out knowing, and we meet other neighbors coming in trying to help. We know. The thing is, before we'd even finished that day, we questioned certain silences. Before we'd even gotten around a bend at a certain point, and still I had eyes on each other, through the whole time, depended. But I remember the point at which the question was first asked between us from creek to hill. Where is? Why is there silence? And at first that wasn't important to me. A little odd, but not important. Not then, because we all had our guesses, but then when you think about it later on, it doesn't really make sense. But that day flows, that you're walking back after you see other sad little faces. And they've made the same march too, right? Right ahead of you. You meet other neighbors and you describe her, but you know she's not in there. Then you catch the SUV in. That cop. You catch him and you tell him, I heard. And then right behind him, you catch another neighbor. And that neighbor says, I didn't see her morning in. We'll get the 4-wheelers. And I think the husband's already. So I'll make sure they know. And Then before full forces or any of the extreme measures are brought in, neighbors are already searching properties because everybody knows how to do that with their own quickly. You know where a child could be, you know where they could be squished in it, hiding from somebody if they were afraid, you know where they would possibly run to, or things they would have to pass. You know where the hollow trees are near the creek line, if they're playing and they were stuck, you know where spots are to look. And you've done within minutes, despite the massive size of these properties. You know, and the neighbors know that the timeline could have been as far back as, so everybody knows the potential for, but everybody knows rather quickly she's not in there. And then by the time full efforts can arrive, and then all of us are kind of trapped from continuing, you know, but here are all these things coming together, and you can hear and see as the daylight starts fading, as it goes from hot to cooler, and there's all these noises beginning, and the actual calls for summer start to fade, and it's four-wheelers and things like that, and random calls from strangers, but also from neighbors alike who are trained searchers, as they as you do things to help each other, as in, you know, I mean, you, as backpacks go on, as this happens, as, you know, I hear Andy go, okay, well, I'm going to go up here to help search the top with the cops, Candace Nims, and you stay on here. And I was like, okay, and all the neighbors are still coordinating, and we're sharing what little bit we have before them, which to us and to other things isn't just little bits now. The immediate questions between all of us, and we know within minutes and the first little bit that things aren't as they appear, and we all question, we all wonder, but we try our best. We know she's missing, she needs to be found. If there's a chance she's anywhere close, it's not good, because she's probably not just hurt. Watches sky darkens and more people flood in, and people you've known your whole life that are family and things, some of the best people you want flooding in, you know, and first searchers, and they're between you and the other driveway, and there's blockages starting to happen, and there's codes being called out, and you try to get through to so many that are there way later than you've been, and you know they're working off the wrong time, and you're trying to convey to them they're working off the wrong time, and there's so much information being shared that it's overwhelming for everybody present. And then at a certain point, you just stand back because the beast is taking hold, and just like the internet way, it doesn't listen. It doesn't actually hear. You have to wait on those people that actually do hear, that want to hear, that ask the right questions. You have to wait on them. You watch as, and you hear. And I can still hear the footsteps. I see the uniforms. I see the progression up and down the driveways and in our faces. And I watch as. And I can hear their voices. And the first helicopters go up. And it's getting dark. And they start just pinpointing right where you're at. You watch as the first dog comes down and they stop beside your legs. As your own
Something I want you guys to remember that we just heard earlier in this is that at this time, she was refusing her thyroid medication and not taking it for quite some time. Andy was trying to force her to take it, she claimed. Remember? She didn't have brain fog. In my opinion.
Dog is sitting there. You watch as that dog continues on a certain path, and it's been given her scent, and you watch where it goes, which is something that even the other hill wasn't doing because they weren't there. Just information they got later on from other people. And so it's little things like that.
She stated the reason she wasn't taking her medicine was because it was in my first live tonight. Because searching for Summer was more important than her medicine, and it didn't make her feel good. It's a thought, Beth Ann. All right.
You pick up in stories along the way that are being told by people who didn't see them. Because you know they've gotten them from you and others. Just like they didn't watch other ones. They might have watched later dogs like we all did, because at a certain point we're all separated on our own hills, right? Even though I can still hear theirs loud and clear with all the searchers on my own, as I watch the dogs progress through mine, search and rescue and cadaver dog alike. So much better trained than the first. You watch as the paths change, and then you see the people on the other hill. You see that they pick up and they parrot. And they parrot quickly. They mimic. And they ask you questions, and then they integrate that into their story, and then it changes from, it's like, oh wow, really? And I'm like, yeah, did you not see where the first dog? No, we were up whatever. And that's the thing, I knew they were. They didn't, and like, but then they tell it like, oh yeah, I watched this and I watched that. The story changes from this one dog went here to no, later on it was here. It's these things and these pieces for me that hold the most. But you see, it's not just that first day. It's all the days, weeks, and months after that I have to play through. Even now, I have to listen and pay attention to wording, stories changing, things happening, to give me the clues and answers I'm looking for. I can feel all the nights I sat there. And I sat there because what I was trying to do were so many things, just like now, on so many different fronts. To me, like I told the first police, anybody that did this is a predator of a different caliber. They come back. They come back. They watch. They want to see. They want to. This is not your normal snatch and grab if she was taken out of here. this type of predator comes back. But you see in some place that small, you know that that's not as likely, not immediately anyway, unless it's somebody that tries to insert themselves in or is one of the searchers themselves. So every day I look at their faces. And I wonder, are they here? Is this person here? Are they in with these search crews? Are all these predators that have been invited in or live next door that we know of now, are they going to come in now? What about all the ones that now the world knows that what makes this community, but also breaks it because it's the biggest vulnerability? Do more predators come now as a hunting ground? Do they take more kids? You know, because of the activity and the amount of Inlet Road and in Beach Creek itself, you know that traffic's different. And then you've got a guard on the road, of course, right? Not just any guard. You've got a cop in a tent. And, oh, those poor fellas, y'all. I'd go buy them the bougie snacks, even though they had access to crazy amounts of food down there at the command post. But I'd make sure to bring them snacks and things. And think of it because, I mean, some nights they were the only way we got sleep. The hour, maybe 30 minutes I got every couple days. Sometimes none. But for many reasons, I sat there every night as the foliage changed so I could get the noises to line up, so I could figure out and then there are more pieces as I protect my own daughter, as I sit outside those cabin doors and walk the banks. And you know, people ask me stupid stuff like, oh, well, or you hear them or you watch them rather, and I've done both online. Say stupid shit like, does she, well, it's probably Bobcat or this and other shirt or Cody. No, I know what those sound like, and I know what they feel like in the dark whenever hair stands up on your body, because your little caveman part right here says this is not a racket. There's something out here in the darkness with you, and it's a predator. It's a predator. And they never have to make a noise. I know the feel and sounds of these animals and critters very well in the darkness, because my whole life I've run the woods in the dark, in the daylight both, but one of my favorite times is at night. Always has been since I was a kid. And let me tell you, there was one of those nights that I was in the darkness. Oh God, I was itching to death, y'all. And I've always been able my whole life. I could roll in any IV there is. Doesn't bother me a bit. But whatever I got into while searching for summer in those days, ate me alive. Couldn't get rid of it. Not even with Everest. Oh, it was terrible. And for weeks it was like that. And I'd think I'd get rid of it and it'd be back again. It was probably that I was going through the same source, but also it was traveling. Oh, it was awful. But still, even then, I was itching. It was nighttime. The mosquitoes were out. Oh, my birds were nesting on their eggs at night. You could hear them fluttering right in front of me, a foot or two away, and all these things. That my snake, the one I posted the other night conveniently, he climbed up the tree and ate them in a whole 5 minutes. I wasn't paying attention one morning. They were my whole source of happiness, watching them hatch through those first weeks summer went missing. It was the only pinpoint of happiness. And then that snake ate them. But he was just a snake doing what snakes do. But one of those nights, in the darkness, I wasn't thinking predator, but I knew something was wrong with the footsteps, the way it was meticulously moving. I knew not this, not that. There's a difference between prey, predator, human. The thing about humans in the darkness is they often have a tendency to sound like predators. I assume because we all can be in our own ways. So I tossed a lava rock in the vicinity, and it didn't scatter like a prey animal would. It held its ground. They were so large. And I immediately went to people at that time. And so I tossed another lava rock. And another. And it held its ground. But I knew it was there. In the darkness. With me. And then I started slinging them. At 10. And I know everybody up and down the valley heard it. And what I ended up doing was cornering a large cat in the darkness. And boy, it was pissed. And it let me know immediately it was getting ready to eat my damn face. And we weren't but feet apart. And I yelled for my son. While I've got this thing cornered, knowing that it's not good for me to move to. And he comes out. And we try to move it towards, because the reason it's down that low, which you'll have him come through. And sometimes at night, up there, I'd feel him and I'd know to go inside. Because I know it's not the place for me, and hear him come down from the trees. And I would, it's like, oh, nope, we're going to go inside. Really be passing through. Not as often as other things like the bear. The bear never bothered us, There's a fire on the mountain about 2 years before. It was like a volcano in the backyard where it's smothering you even inside and choking you. It brought down some of the larger bears that hadn't had contact with people. And there was a time or two that got a little iffy with them right behind us showing up in the yard. And there was a giant male, but that's neither here nor there. But for the big cats to come down was unusual. But the commotion and helicopters and everything during the day and drones at night had brought them down and brought them that close. So I am well aware of what those sound like and what they feel like in the darkness. But that night, my idiotic self had mistaken people. Because that's just how humans are. They too can be predators, and that's the way my brain. But yeah, I'm well aware of what that sound is, and I promise you, that's not what I heard that day. It also wasn't a dog being kicked. Even though that's one of the first things I tried to excuse it as because of that car door, right? Even though I knew that car door had happened a long time before, and immediately I knew what I was trying to excuse it as didn't make sense because I was like, man, that would mean this woodcutter crew that I initially thought the door, and I was like, that would be way behind for a straggler since they cut out ant. So you trying to excuse it as a dog being kicked by is nonsensical, but here's your brain trying to make up any reason for the scream that has clenched your gut and stopped you cold. As a mother, something, something's wrong. Something, it's not right. That scream's not right. But you try to dismiss it and you wait for other sounds to happen. You wait for something behind it, like say, especially after your kid goes, no mom, that's the kids, it's the kids. And you wait behind it waiting for like something like say, hey, so-and-so, don't tell mom, or you wait for the crying to start because if you hear something like that, then something's hurt or something, right? So you expect the crying and the, look, I'll give you a piece of candy or toy, you wait for other sound, and There's nothing behind it. There's no other, and you keep trying to excuse it, you try to find a way, and you just don't know, because you still know that that's not the boy's sound. You know for a fact it's not. You know for a fact it's not the boy's. But you watch and you listen. The days play. And every day I could do this, just like it was the first day, the second day, the third day, the 30th day, the 45th day. I can play every day and every night. And everyone that Andy's bitching, like, he even cared if I came in. It was just something he was using to go, oh, she's crazy, this, whatever that, to raise hell on me about. Or you coming in like you cared any other night. You didn't care where the hell I was, what I was doing. You didn't care our whole lives that I stayed up because of, well, guess what? It's hard to sleep with a predator. You know. And he getting mad, especially those last days, and he did this weird crying thing. It was like, please just hold me. And I was like, dude, there's just something. My body knew a long time before something was off. And there he was doing all that. And it's like, man, you want me to hold you? Like, looking back, it's one of the sickest moments. These little, and I knew something in his inflection, the way he said that. Just hold me, just roll over and hold me. Oh man, it was discard cycle, and it was him doing what he always done, during the discard cycles. But that inflection to his voice was him knowing what was, it was that, what y'all call it, sort of, it's like that Deepers Delight and things too, right? All these things. At the time I was ignoring them, I had been the whole year, still don't give a shit. But I can replay every day, every noise, every moment. Come in, why don't you just come in? I'm like, why are you even angry about it, Fall asleep selling like you do any other night. What the hell does it matter to you? This was false narratives in his own head. No way he could go back and tell the news plan, look, she's acting crazy, she's acting that way, they can believe their own bullshit and whatever. No, I was protecting my family. I was listening to try to help a very real missing girl that we had watched grow up. Ha! Right. It's a shitty ass way to put it, I suppose, but to 5. I wanted to be right. I wanted to be absolutely correct I wanted a way to prove. Just like I do now. Just like I do now. Even if for nobody but myself. For these kids and watches them screamed at and yelled at and abused, hurt, and literally bruised because I'm outside. Sitting at those cabin doors. As I'm walking those banks in the darkness. Because suddenly it matters whether I'm inside or whether I'm outside to him. It doesn't matter to him other than that this crazy psycho son of a bitch is forming his own narcopathic narrative. Because he has to build himself up with false stories and things, and these things, because if he can get falsely angry, doing this false stuff, and he can feed it back to, and he even tried to do that with my family, and especially members he's made flying monkeys of. But that's how he builds himself up to justify what's coming at that point. Even though he knows. But I wear the bruises for all those days. Oh. Those cops leave out, and I wear the bruises.
I take the hits. And even then, I go outside. It doesn't matter. He's not going to stop me. A bruise is not going to stop me. My cancer is not going to stop me. So I'll listen and I'll wait.
Why? I'm going to roll one while I talk through this. Why, while the searchers are searching for Summer and they're leaving, are you claiming Andy's beating your ass? Why would Andy be doing it at that time, fighting with you about going outside and searching? See, Jody Sue, it's shit like this that you say. Yeah. Why would that, first to fuck off, why would that be going to fuck on? Why would he be angry you were outside? You know, and I've asked Andy, now he went to bed, he left. I really wish he hadn't. But I've asked Andy about him being angry about you searching in the woods and about searching in the woods. I actually, man, we're going to have to go over my live with Andy. I just feel like I'm going in circles. It's constantly going over the same shit because she keeps putting it out there and she wants the attention on herself, or she don't. I don't know why she does what she does. Why does she edge people on? Why does she push them to go attack back? Because that's what I feel like she does. And this whole, see, this is why people feel the way they feel about Andy, because she says shit like this. But if this was true, like, see how she put him out there, and then she says, no, it wasn't Andy, he wouldn't be responsible, he wouldn't do things like that. But however, he didn't want me searching for Summer, and he would beat my ass for going out and searching as the daylight turned into darkness and the searchers left. Is anybody feeling what I'm putting down here? Something about that just doesn't feel right to me, in my opinion. These are all things that she has said publicly. Oh, Beth Ann, you're supposed to be laying down. Shh. Sorry, I grabbed your attention. That kind of stuff doesn't worry me about Andy. It's something else. Oh, I don't know who that is. I'll have to. Oh, Dr. Gary with McDonough. I don't want to hear shit any. Let me keep my opinion to myself on all that. But Glenview, yeah, for sure. I'd love to hear somebody analyze her. I don't know if I would want it to be anybody from McDonough. That's just my personal opinion. But anybody, really, it would be interesting to hear them analyze like a live like this at the beginning. And then look how is she covering up for Andy? You don't know, right, Beverly? Or herself? Or, man, it's all just speculation. But this is why we speculate the way we do. Check this out, guys. I went old school, sort of. Well, hold on. The hubby bought me a cool, nifty rolling machine, and now all my joints come out perfect. Since it irritates Jody so much. I mean, I'm just saying, There's something funky about this. Like, you make accusations like this against him, and then you don't want people to look into him. You can't use the roller. I love this thing, dude. I had one years ago, and it got so stretched out. It was so old. My husband surprised me with this one the other day. I was like, yeah. I'm good at it. Mine don't. I just don't like that it uses so much. Like, you don't know how much you're putting in, you can't measure it. It's hot there, Beth Ann. It's literally so cold here, and I forgot to shut my air conditioner off before. Damn cat fucking scared the shit out of me. And then we laughed at Jody. I'm just gonna sit here and freeze. I did grab my blanket, but it's like one of those cold feel goods. If you put the blanket on, you feel comfy. All right, let's go back to more of this. She just racks my nerves. I just don't understand her. Why she says the things she says, and why like, it's changed so much since the beginning. And she doesn't see this as, like, she'll get on her like, I never said anything that would make anybody think one way about Andy, and I never incriminated him. Well, you know what? Let's go back a few minutes again. I'm never going to get off of here, and that's fine. Listen to her.
Because suddenly.
And sorry, guys, if I daze off and you notice I'm not in chat, it's because I'm dozed off listening to her, paying attention.
Matters whether I'm inside or whether I'm outside to him. Doesn't matter to him other than that this crazy psycho son of a bitch is forming his own narcopathic narrative. Because he has to build himself up with false stories and things, and these things, because if he can get falsely angry, doing this false stuff, and he can feed it back to, and he even tried to do that with my family, and especially members he's made flying monkeys of. But that's how he builds himself up to justify what's coming.
That statement right there, let me make it very clear that these were prior to Andy coming public, prior to her sister coming public, prior to me writing her sister, prior to all of it. Just to let you know. So Andy already had her family as flying monkeys. That's what she's stating here.
At that point. Even though he knows. But I wear the bruises for all those days. Oh. Those cops leave out, and I wear the bruises. I take the hits. And even then, I go outside. It doesn't matter. He's not going to stop me. And Bruce is not going to stop me. My cancer is not going to stop me. So I listen and I wait. For the days, weeks, months, I listen and I wait. I listen and I wait. And I'm still listening and waiting. But sometimes the answers are in the silence. And they're in the darkness. And they're in some of the darkest places you ever want. And for me that day, maybe that first silence, and then wondering why days later. And even then, I wondered why immediately. Because at first little bit she's missing. There was a silence. Not for just a minute or two. Not for 10. Not for 15. Not for 30. But 45 minutes longer of silence. But then honestly and truthfully, that silence has then continued for months now. And the only time that silence was broken was a couple days later, when the loudness of a lie happened. I stop because I kind of feel like I have to, but I stop because I see people at a place. Myself and my daughter. And everybody's more worried about money at that time. Everybody else is all smiles except for same sad faces I see that day in the field. I see one out of the entire bunch with the weight of the world on them, just like I feel. I can see it written on their face and in the way their body movement is. But everybody else is more worried about money. Everybody else is all acting normal. And then because certain people forgot who I was, they opened their mouth. And they tell me that they were somewhere making noise in those first 10, 15, 30, 45 minutes that everybody else, including strangers, are yelling for summer. And they twist it for sympathy, which I get. You have one missing. It's painful. As a mother, you can only imagine. But then why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me and tell me you were doing something I absolutely know you were not? When I know there was silence ringing that day that made others not question. But here it is a couple days later, and you kind of say it with a smile on your face, like a joy of being part of this thing that the rest of us cry tears over and are sitting in the dark over. We're not out more worried about money, even at that point. Why are you lying to me with a smirk on your face and like you're taking joy in not being part of one, but two missing? Why do you lie to me? Tell me that there was loudness coming from you when I know there was nothing but silence, and you try to make me have extra pity for you by saying, how do you think I feel? And I get what you mean. You mean you're connected to two missing. Not just one any longer. But with almost a smirk on your face, like the attention is good. Not really upset. Meanwhile, everybody's picking on the one, other than myself, who's right there, who seems to be wearing the weight of the world on their shoulders and talking about wanting to bust their asses. And what the hell is that? And you lie to me and you tell me these things. It's very short and quick. It's very short and quick because immediately what happens is you're shut up because you've forgotten who I am. like most times through the years. And so the other party's like, oh, hey, this is the next door, And you immediately are like, uh-oh. And then the subject changes and you realize that I know better and you know better. That we all know better. And that I then know that you've lied to me. Why do you lie to me about noise you never made in the silence? And they're still silent. And if it wasn't for that one lie, I wouldn't question. I would think, man, it's gotta be hard, right? Just like I was told that day with smirk. Imagine how I feel, right? Those were the exact words. Imagine how I feel. If not for that day, knowing life for what it was, and that I'm not crazy because other people noticed the silence too. I would have never questioned why the silence that day. And I still think that that's probably why the silence. I have my own theory behind why the silence at first day. And they're still silent. And if it wasn't for that one lie, I wouldn't question. I would think, man, it's gotta be hard, right? Just like I was told that day with smirk. Imagine how I feel, right? Those were the exact words. Imagine how I feel. If not for that day, knowing life for what it was, and that I'm not crazy because other people noticed the silence too. I would have never questioned why the silence that day. And I still think that that's probably why the silence. I have my own theory behind why the silence at first day. But also knowing that if you're gathering things so the cops don't see, you still have no hope of taking them off the hill. Any paraphernalia, anything like that. You have no chance in hell. And I know that nobody left that hill from the point I was down there. So I know there was no items slung off that hill. Because we were on that hill as I was in the creek. Where would you hope to hide those things at anyway? There's no chance. You have no chance in getting them off there, getting them gone, fleshing something, sure, but not paraphernalia and things. You have no chance.
So, the police said Candace left the hill twice. Jody, so you hear the scream at 4 or something. You don't hear Candace screaming for Summer until after 6, right? So Candace had 2 hours prior to that Why are you accusing her of having shit to flush and paraphernalia? And how do you know that she has that stuff if you're never on the hill and y'all ain't close like that? See, you're making some big accusations right now. What the fuck is going on here? I'm very pissed at myself for never watching this before. Like, should this be sent to the TBI? I'm going to have to listen to this a few times. I'm going to do that on my own. How much time do we have left on this? Not much. When this is over, I'm going to hop off of here. Oh, man, I'm a little concerned about this live. I don't know. Are you guys? Am I hearing things differently here?
So what's the point? So why not just make the noise? But I would have believed had it was just that, had it not been for that one lie. And the continued silence when it seemed that one lie was attention seeking around not one but two missing. To convolute them together to get extra attention and sympathy. And I don't know how else one takes that lie. Or the fact that as soon as you said it, other people went, oh shit, and shut you up. Because you didn't realize who you were lying to, but they did.
Ah, I think I do remember a little bit of this or something about this. I know who she's talking about, I think. Grandis.
Then I have questions like, how do certain people, within days, with no supposed contact, other than once that I can name, or is at least public, and I knew that because it was one of the only times I come out to get online to watch anything, but I didn't catch it until recently. How does this person know a location that I know if there was no further contact? But then also wondering, well, that's not what I was told by that one. So how would that one, even if they had contact with that one, know that to give that location to them? Because that's damn sure not the location given to me by that one, but was given to me by these. How did that one have that location if there was no further contact? I wonder so many things, so many questions, and every day I replay. But all those things you see, I can hear the voices and I can see their faces stare at me as they lie to me. As the parroting, as the crumbs, as and see, it was after that lie I commented once to a family member of Andy's online on an article, and I did so on purpose. And then there comes the parroting next door for Summer's hair to mimic. In all those months, that was the only comment I left online. And I don't know most days what to think, what to believe. But I do know when I'm lied to. And I fear a lot because of the best friend situation I mentioned many videos ago. To where I almost let myself get taken or wanted to be, and I didn't want to see all the red flags. I didn't want to see all the things, even though I knew. And maybe this time, because I was trying, I just don't. To a family member of Andy's online on an article, and I did so on purpose. And then there comes the parroting next door for Summer's hair to mimic. In all those months, that was the only comment I left online. And I don't know most days what to think, what to believe. But I do know when I'm lied to. And I fear a lot because of the best friend situation I mentioned many videos ago. To where I almost let myself get taken or wanted to be, and I didn't want to see all the red flags. I didn't want to see all the things, even though I knew. And I don't know most days what to think, what to believe. But I do know when I'm lied to. And I fear a lot because of the best friend situation I mentioned many videos ago. To where I almost let myself get taken or wanted to be, and I didn't want to see all the red flags. I didn't want to see all the things, even though I knew. And maybe this time, because I was trying, I just don't know. But I do know what I'm lying to. And then at that time, maybe because of the, I know why. But every day, I can replay. But to answer the question, do you still hear the scream to all of these little Hannibals running around the internet? Yes and no. But what I do hear every day are the lies, the silences. What I see every day is a lot. Because it doesn't take me hours to walk through. I can slow the movie down in my head and make it take just as long as it did on those days. But I don't have to. It's like an instant flash of the whole thing at once. But I can walk it through. I can rewind, fast forward. And there are still 3, maybe 4 after last night's rewind and replay. 4 pieces I'm searching for to put my own puzzle, an own movie, the things that are missing for me together. And then on top of that, I'm doing all of these other things collectively. The whole YouTube con fundraiser pyramid scam thing with all these crime drama things. I'm trying to take care of my own kids, which I'm lucky they are, if you want to say that, because I don't feel lucky most days. They're this old. Still wish that I could press a button and make them babies again. No, not had enough time in the world. But they're 13 and 19. And they kind of do their own things. So I do have some time on my hands, to do what I'm doing. But I still feel like, because we've always been so close, that I'm entrapped in that box together by Andy, that I'm neglecting them somehow some days or something, but I'm not. They're especially happy with, you know. And then the oldest is trying to separate and do his own thing and find his own person. We're all trying to heal from this damage, and there are definitely flying monkeys not helping that situation. And some days it's hard here because I feel like for the first time ever, we're being torn apart from each other, which is not something I ever saw, and maybe bonds breaking, but because of flying.
Again, she's talking about her family, not Andy's. She is referring to her family as the flying monkeys. This is a problem, in my opinion. This is not the only video she has done this in, because I tell you, I don't remember this video at all. Oh no, it's not what you think. That's what it is. That's exactly what she's doing. Because there's other videos like it. And then when I bring it here and I say something about it and I write her sister to tell her sister that she is doing these things, she snaps the fuck out. All this trouble ensues for me all around her. She has made my whole channel about her. She continues to do so. I don't know why. This is why I can't move on. Because in the process of her attacking me, as she does, in such ignorant ways, donkey face and, piss pad, I'm not bothering her when she's doing this shit. But it takes me back to look at this shit. And it reminds me why I felt the way I felt about her at the start of all of this. I've just had it. This video right here is very telling. She told someone about a place. I don't know, Glenn. I'm going to have to go back and really, really listen to this, because I'm, like Lady R said earlier, she jumps from topic to topic, person to person. She does it, in my opinion, on purpose to confuse you, or because her thoughts in her brain ain't fucking right. It's just my opinion. But that's what I mean by she used to talk in riddles. But we all see that she can go on now without talking in riddles, right? Does it sound like Allie or C or somebody completely different, Glenn? Like, she causes the people to have these opinions of her, and this is why. And the other thing is she would come over here kissing these creators. I wouldn't say kissing their asses, but on their panels, panel writing, asking for money, putting her Cash App up. Then she would go to YouTube and scream, oh, those YouTubers are crazy. And she'd talk about them. And that includes Tiffany, except for she really has this thing for Tiffany, in my opinion. I don't know what it is, but I want you guys to remember that at the beginning of this, Jody really stayed after the Squall interview and the Penny. And after, in my opinion, she discovered that those channels weren't big enough for her. Tiffany and AB was her spot, yo. Right? She was in them Discords too. Fake feds that ain't never been arrested or even talked about on the news. Just on YouTube. The news hasn't even entertained that. Jody, why wouldn't you call the news and tell them that people are sending fake feds to you, or the police, or... I don't understand. I'm getting tired, so we're going to finish this up.
Monkeys that Andy knew good and well he was going to put us around to keep watch on us, because I promise you there's a reason he has no problem running up to certain vehicles. I mean, thinking it's other people and things lately. And I promise you he still talks to people I'm around daily. So I still can't completely share or be with or fix bonds that he's ruined throughout the decades. And then my own health, and that's definitely taking a back seat too, you know. So, like today, I absolutely did miss the radiation appointment. I guess nobody can doubt that. I'll post a picture of that shit from my health file. So, there's definitely an appointment, and I definitely didn't go. Or the internet can't be like, liar. Not that I really care who wants to call me a liar or anything else.
Oh, girl, I ain't calling you a liar. I don't think you never went to your appointments. I don't think you took your medication correctly. I think you told us all that. And then you got on here and cried about your health. Well, if your health was bad, Jody, it was bad because of your own doings. You weren't taking care of it. And I have no reason to judge you for that, because I am guilty of doing that myself. But you sat over there and called me fat and lazy. Well, you ain't exactly 90 fucking pounds, Sasquatch, in my opinion. You know, the one that doesn't call other girls out because you ain't that kind of girl and you don't care and this, that, and you don't care about makeup and this, that, and the other. However, you're the one that fucking puts shit out like that all the time. I've had enough. I think the whole fucking YouTube has had enough. Every time you speak my name, I'm coming to this playlist. And if you piss me off enough, maybe I'll play that call you asked me not to play. And I don't really give a fuck. Because let's go to court. You talk about me first all the fucking time. Since the beginning of this, when I've had to pull text messages out because you accused me of calling you a racist. Well, I was starting my channel trying to bring me down before I even got here. Bitch, I've had enough of you.
I really still don't care what anybody online has to say about me. So, that's where I'm at. It's a night of strange messages, y'all. And then last night, you see, I've got to deal with things in a way that I don't feel like I should, but I'm already. See, it's a two-parter. It's like those death.
And I forget what she was saying earlier, but I forgot to say she's also turning herself into a victim instead of Summer. And if it was Candace that was saying that to her earlier, how do you think I feel? She is the mother of that missing child. And just right before we listened to this and before you got so upset, for what reason we don't know. I don't know what this live was about because I don't have a date. But you were saying, she said, how do you think I feel? You were saying, I really think someone took her out of here. I know someone took her out of here. You play too many motherfucking games, bitch. Sick of you. In my opinion. Let me make sure I state that. Because let's go to court.
Threats coming into Andy and his family. Like I said, I have zero empathy or concern, but that can also lead me to pieces of the puzzle I'm trying to work on my end, right? So me figuring out who's on the other end of that is paramount. Tantamount to, puzzle with these YouTubers and their con bullshit and whatever timeline we're working on, and the distraction fest that's happening since the Jody Sue Pond Ben Hill remains hoax this week. Because they always got to pop out with something like that, just like Chase's freaking phone call, leaked phone call. Bullshit is what that was. And I keep ruining all of these little moments for me after I'm given time, like I did his first fundraiser, ruined the shit out of that, called attention to it before they could try to discredit me. Fucked up the second one was supposed to happen overseas with Chip and the Angels and all that. Include her into what the hell was going on before they could run that too far. And then here come all these, discredits against me and murder suspect this, murder suspect that. And the full-on squall tip bullshit and targeting at Key's request. And, just like I've been threatened before, I was going to be made look like I was a murderer online by Chase and Penny and everybody else if I didn't acquiesce. And then I was even offered at one point the day prior to fully outing everything that first time that they would pay me basically if I just, there was an offer of that from Chase's end, who was on the phone. So I thought I'd pop on to suspect that. And the full-on squall tip bullshit and targeting at Key's request. And, just like I've been threatened before, I was going to be made look like I was a murderer online by Chase and Penny and everybody else if I didn't acquiesce. And then I was even offered at one point the day prior to fully outing everything that first time that they would pay me basically if I just, there was an offer of that from Chase's end, who was on the phone with Penny at the same time, by the way. So, and then they forget, and hear things too, like them on the phone with Keys when they were supposed to actually not be friends. And here I try to push in a group going, oh, but here's an olive branch to Keys who I've not talked to in months, but yet you've heard Chase on the phone with him for all these weeks. In the background of third-party calls, you've heard Penny on the phone with, who, they're all working together, guys. Make no mistake about that. And these fights you see still aren't real. The targeting between each other is not real. There's something coming. Because, like I said, I'm on another timeline again. I don't know. And I'd say the whole...
Lady R, you would know, was Jody on cue prior to the marathon? Did she ever ride Q's panel? Because here's what I see. Q was about to sell some shit with Summer's picture on it or whatever. Jody knew about it. Jody had plans with them to sell a shirt. Jody knew about it. Not on panel. She was in chat before the marathon, but however, she had to make plans with these people to sell a shirt. Now, I never heard of Q being in any of the Discords. Has anybody else? Jody was. Just a lot of back shit going on with Jody and Q, huh? Like, to me, it seems like a lot more than anybody else except for Scott. A lot of Scott. Squall. Yep. I was just going to say that. Jinx, you owe me a soda. Your hands ain't clean, Jody, in my opinion. They never were. You try to put blinders on people, you play head games. You manipulate the internet, in my opinion, more than anybody else on here as a creator. I've been done with your manipulation for a long time. You really thought I wanted to be your friend? No. You really did have me believing you didn't have nothing to do with anything, though. For a little bit. My mind wavers, just like any other human. I'm really glad I went back tonight and listened to some of these, and I'm glad I caught one that I've never heard before. Greedy ass bitch, in my opinion. Let's go to court. I don't really give a shit no more. You've played enough games in Summer's case. You've put down enough YouTubers. You have pitted YouTubers against each other on purpose. In my opinion, I'm a speculation channel and I'm allowed to speculate. You know why? Because I wasn't behind the scenes. Why is it that all of you want to shut me up, no matter what side I'm on? To the point of lawsuits, ones that I'm named in with you. Well, your sister, in my opinion, gets on here and plays games as well. Oh, let's not forget. What did she say? I got to find the rest of that, man. I can't find it. But what did she say? The police or someone was following her? Benny even spoke about it on one of my panels. You guys can turn whatever you want into anybody. Anybody is welcome to use my material, even if you don't like me. I've always said that. As long as it keeps Summer's face out there. And you know what, guys? Let me do that. I haven't done it in a while, and I forget a lot of times. And it's been like a week or so, 2 weeks. Let me do something here. This is Summer Wells. She was 5 years old at the time of her disappearance. It went out as an endangered alert and quickly turned to an Amber Alert the following day. They have since reported that there was a truck in the area. However, the Amber Alert went out a long time before they had mentioned of the truck. I know a lot of people don't agree with this picture of Summer. However, this is the picture that the TBI and the FBI and the missing endangered NAMIC, however you say it. I'm not thinking. I'm tired tonight, right, guys? This is the picture that they have out. They are the people that we are told to follow when it comes to stuff like that. So whether you agree or don't agree with the picture of Summer, this is the most recent picture that they put out that I am sharing. She's from Rogersville, Tennessee. She was last seen walking away from her home wearing gray shorts and a pink shirt. She was possibly barefoot. If you have any information leading to the whereabouts of Summer Moon Utah Wells, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND and no other number, unless it's to the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department or the agents that are currently on Summer's case. Summer has been missing for over 3 years now. Jody Sue has never once shared a picture of her, although she'll ask us to share a picture. But why is it, Jody Sue, you yourself don't share the picture? That is a question I have for you. Everybody share Summer's picture. I'll share that when I wake up tomorrow so you guys can share it. I'll share the one from the TBI. I'm sick of you, bitch. In my opinion.
Netflix documentary shit's supposed to go down over there. It's horse shit. Because it's also a triggering point. It keeps being erased out of chats, right? Comments, but mods. As I watch on multiple devices. But that has evolved over the past few weeks. It was supposed to be sharing keys. It was supposed to be keys at first coming into town. Then it was keys going up there for Thanksgiving. Then it was sharing keys going up there with Dawn and Candace for Thanksgiving. Then it evolved into they're going to have an intervention for Candace and Dawn. Then it became now that Chase, Keys, and Cher are all participating in an intervention Thanksgiving special for Netflix. Taping something, I don't know. The whole thing's bullshit if you ask me, and I don't care. If y'all want to do Tiger King 3.0 in Methville on Ben Hill, y'all go right ahead. Like, I'm no interest in fucking that before you let them carry on be stupid on camera some more. I don't care. Let them make some more money off of, right? I don't care, but there's something else there. Who knows what it is? Maybe a P.O. box again that Chase and them are doing with Ginger Snap again, aka Candace Price. That they swear is not going to take money, but just decorations. So whatever, if that's the case, so be it. Let them put him up. Let them pretend Chase is the hero again. But that dude is not a fucking hero. I promise you that. And then still, like I said, If anybody has a right to question, I'm going to question, because that cancer shit makes no sense. Seems real convenient. Don't know the first. I don't give a shit what anybody says. That's where I'm at with it. But there's something rotten in Denmark, and this whole thing's been, from the hoax forward, there's been something wrong, and it's leading up to something. And what that is, I couldn't tell you yet. And at this point, it seems like I probably have hours to 24 at most if we're actually working on a timeline that I think we are. Who knows? Either way.
I wonder if this is something I may be put in the wrong folder. I wonder how old this is. This might actually be a little newer, but it can't be that newer because she was talking shapes. And that hasn't been for quite some time, right? That's a whole nother night, Glenview. Like, this is definitely old, right, guys? This isn't something I put by accident in this folder. Jesus. There's only 20 minutes left. I'm struggling here. I'm so tired. Who knows who the hell he's related to? Nobody knows who PG is still, I guess. I don't fucking know. Yeah, that's old. Okay. Yeah, Bev. That's what I thought. Way before the Ernie shit, right? Like, man, I wish I would have dated these when I saved them. I'm sorry, guys, that I didn't. Because I do that. When I was going through this, I tell you guys I have 500 videos in this folder, but when I was really digging into them today, I noticed like a lot of them are duplicates or pieces that I've taken apart. Everything's a mess because they kept fucking with me and fucking with me and fucking with me, that I was just like deleting shit, re-adding shit. I didn't keep anything organized. It's like ADHD hit my Canva. I wish I could start my Canva all over with saving my videos. And I can, but do you know how much time that would take? My husband keeps telling me that I need one of those old, man, they even feel ancient now. I thought the A-track was ancient. It is way ancient than this, but the USB thing you put in the damn computer and it saves all your shit. Earl keeps telling me, you need to get one of those and put it on there. No, I don't make my shit private no more, Lady R, unless there's a really good reason for it. Like, don't get me wrong, there might be something I private or a community post I later feel bad about that I'll take down. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't perfect, but I ain't hiding nothing from nobody. Never have been. Maybe some things, like for instance, I brought the chicken video out yesterday. Clock video, rooster video, I don't know. Them chicken fighters be getting mad at people that raise them when you call them chickens. I just call it chicken because I don't want to offend nobody. I don't fucking know. Anyways, the damn fight, the animal shit that I mentioned yesterday, the only reason I didn't put that back out for a long time was because I was being harassed over it. Like, somebody wanted me to send it to them, and you come to find out that you don't know a lot of shit and you start to learn a lot of things. Man, I'm not the brightest bulb. I know that. However, I like to talk about the crime stuff. I'm okay at researching. I'm not the best at it. A lot of times my research is wrong because I don't I'm an amateur. I'm a YouTube sleuth. However, I prefer, after all the hell that I've gone through on here, to just react to what other people are saying instead of researching these people. But if I feel it's necessary, Jody, I'll research. Barm. Okay. Sorry, I had something stuck in my throat. Let's continue so we can get through this.
You know, if I can find it, fuck it up for him beforehand, I'm going to. That's just the way I feel about it. But that call in particular, we got that number from other ways and knew which to call. I particularly do not want my devices tied to it because obviously it's my abuser and I don't want my number being associated in any way with that spoof number. So others are having to call and trying to figure out who it is behind and whatnot. Others say they know who it is.
You guys know I can't shut the fuck up, right? Others. Me and the others. The others from the Black Lives Matter, the others from the community. Where are the others? You've never once had a local other on your damn panel. Who are the others? Not even your own sibling came on your panel to clear shit up. Where are the others, Jody? Are they in your head? I need to meet your others. Tiffany Marie, is that your other? AB? Who the fuck are your others? The snake. The snake that ate the fucking birds that you used to love watch sing. Fucking weirdo, in my opinion. Fuck you. Fucking droopy poop. In my opinion.
Which, I don't want to be falsely targeting any creator in this shit show that is YouTube the past 2 days. And I'm not going to be used to such, so that's why I phrased it as a question. They maintain its grief, so be it. I don't, which, obviously that would target Keys because him and Keys are whatever, and then it goes right back into this, and then you have Sharon and all them being responsible for the pond hoax thing, but also Candace and them, and also other close to the ground creators locally who want to pretend they aren't, but I promise you they all are. That whole damn thing was a setup from word go.
Like, wipe your snot in front of the whole world. You know you have the option to shut your camera off while you do gross shit like that. What you call me, donkey breath? Oh, damn it. Hold on. Remember when you put that one side picture of me up there as your thumbnail? What it is, Jody, is people want to give you the same treatment you give them. It's constantly downing someone as if you're better than someone who sits in your box all day at your own fucking personal choice. Nobody makes you fucking sit there. Listen, in my opinion, you done come out at the wrong one for too many fucking years. It doesn't matter how far I try to stray away from you. And I don't want to hear no shit you was never in nobody's inbox. Because you most certainly were in mine asking me to investigate for you. Right? Let's go to court. Sue me like you keep saying you're going to do. I'm over your shit. And don't you see it every time I'm over your shit? It gets worse for you. For me. Every time you mention my name, I'm going to this playlist. Know that. I am bringing your sister's shit back up because you know what? It was public and she came to YouTube. Fuck you.
And after the acting I've seen lately, that puts everything into question for me. And certain people of certain calibers learn pretty quickly on how, and I think some people are getting a real enjoyment out of this particular end of the internet, where con games, psychological games, scams, and money are all. And it's, these types of predators all enjoy one another, and they found the two perfect playmates, I think, some days. And those, even if not guilty of anything, are enjoying the shit out of themselves immensely by playing this particular cesspool. Maybe a little too much, and, I don't know. There's so many things there. But then you see the push for the church this week too, and I'm so tired of hearing that garbage, quite frankly. And I've always been, anybody knows me, like the church, religion itself has a tendency to sexual abuse and things is rape, abuse of children. It's rampant among religions, all of them. Not big on it. Those people, I remember Andy specifically. I mean, he didn't like them that first night when old Robin or whatever showed up being weird and rude and asking questions, trying to shove her way through, being told no by cops. She wasn't getting in there, had a little fanny pack on her little granola bars. Wanting to search what? I don't know what the hell she's going to search, y'all. She thinks somebody's just going to allow her on their property to do whatever knowing that? I don't think so. I don't think so. Crazy lady. But got rude and was asking really weird questions where it even struck Andy as like, what the hell's wrong? To where he had to be like, shut up and go away, you freak. And just stop talking to him and walk away. Like they were crazy acting. And then you start seeing people are weird. They're all strange and suspect, I get it. But they're still on top of my list for all they're not. But that doesn't mean anything. But anyway, this weird push, these weird things for the church this week. Online, it's just not my favorite thing. And then you've got all these people suddenly also looking at genealogy, and I know they've got half of that wrong because the people they're looking at are Andes, and the other half are the Goads, and man, they got so much wrong, and they can't even access part of them because they don't know, Tennessee doesn't have certain things set up. But I know I could tell them, so could the neighbors, so could other people, but nobody's going to speak to you all. And either way, I don't know what in the hell all these rabbit holes that y'all are going down chasing tails have to do with anything summer.
Because it keeps her name out there. And if you could clear a lot of that shit up, don't you think you would want to try to stop the confusion in Summer's case so that we could get to the point of Summer's case which is Summer and not you? I'm not going to tell them, because that's the game you've played this whole time, Miss Righteous.
Like, what good does any of that do to trace down 6 generations of, like, the Goats, or 17 of, like, one random family member of Andy's? It doesn't. It's fodder, it's filler, it's a waste of damn time and effort. It's bizarre. And then how land parcels go, and these people in here speculating, maybe they wanted to take the land from so-and-so, and that's why Summer's missing. And they go so far out there, it doesn't even make sense anymore. Y'all, Occam's razor. Occam's fucking razor.
Well, someone asked where she said that. We found the live. That's funny how shit just pops up. She mentions it a couple times. However, Jody Sue, people go to college, they're called historians, to learn land. Where you live, even though you live there, and you should be grateful that you get to experience it. Which, by the way, they found Pennsylvania first. But it's very rich in American history where you live. A lot of people are curious about land parcels and Davy Crockett and even the Kingsport area. It's not like it's the first time we've ever heard of East Tennessee. As a child in 4th grade, it was in a lot of our history books. And you see the same thing goes for slavery. A lot of people look up Louisiana and they actually go visit the plantations, and there's lots of points of America that are like that. So it's interesting when you hear about a place where a lot of our forefathers lived and to know the history of it. You should actually be grateful that people want to learn about it. And you should actually want to show people why it's not bad instead of downing it all the time. My area is fucked up. However, I could tell you a million reasons why I'll never leave Pittsburgh. You see my Pittsburgh pride all the time. That's being an American.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you give these people even a little bit of fact or truth, and they would rather discount it and instead go down some QAnon Wayfair hole. And that's what I and other neighbors for months laughed at online. Was exactly that. Like, we had other neighbors, like the footstep neighbor, early on, be like, hey. And then they tore him apart, and he was like, oh, hell no, fuck this mount. Other neighbors having to fight back over a truck that the internet seemed to think wasn't even remotely alike.
That stupid ass chicken video is a good example. She could have cleared all that up instead of letting it continue and helping to make a mess out of it. As you see, I learned about the wilderness and camping and land from Karen as she was teaching me about the way people live around there. Even though Hattie's not talking to me, she taught me about the land and the way people live there. I was able to come up after Karen graciously solved all my wonder because I don't live there. And just a few screenshots last night, I was able to clear a whole lot of shit up about that stupid video that you went on and on and on about. Blue barrel bullshit, blue barrel bullshit. When you could have easily come out here and explained instead of attacked and started a whole world of fucking problems, just like your fucking sidekick chicken on a stick, right? Fake lawsuits. Fuck out of here. You're always blaming people for shit that I believe, in my opinion, speculating that you fucking did. And as I keep saying, I'm over it. And I think the whole fucking internet is.
And sat there right beside the cop and under that tent for a month and a half. Think the cops didn't notice that, yo? There's the one 3 doors down that belongs to Andy's family that hadn't run in 2 years. The last time it did run, we towed it out of there because it was middle of the night. There was a tree down, it was cut. But here's the internet, still 6 months almost in, going about those 2 trucks. But when, the neighbors had to make posts literally like, please stop stopping by. You're scaring our grandchild and our son. This truck's not even remotely close. But here's the internet 6 months later, still running with that crap. Here's the internet 6 months later, still thinking Jackie Dobbs was camping out on Dawn and Candace's property, or thinking all these things that have been told to you all that they're not true. Other neighbors have stopped talking. And they might have talked had it not been for you all. But see, the point is, you ate them.
No, Jody, they might have talked had it not been for you. Not you all. For you. You scared them from coming out here because you was sitting there making up stories about the whole month. You know what? I don't mean, you guys know I cuss. You was sitting here making stories about the whole community. The people in it, the way people lived, kicking shells in the creek. You scared people away with your bullshit because everybody attacked you because of the way you acted and the things you said. As I've said in the past, you brought the curiosity to your community. And you know damn well you did. I want to see you file a police report on the fake federal agent.
And you don't want to hear truth and fact. And no matter how much you regurgitate things, it's not going to make them true, or part of these conspiracy theories and rabbit holes you want to go down. It's not. You watch as people drew pictures, and those first things like Dobbs let out the picture of the trespassing sign. And the grass right there was literally people drawing circles on that, talking about Bigfoot was in the picture, and there was a man laying down in the leaves. And man, I can't tell you how many laughs that one gave me. Because then, and thing is, then you actual Bigfoot hunters start showing up. I shit you not, trying to gain access to our property. We'd follow the trucks in and out and laugh. It was stupid.
Damn it, I was muted. I've never seen any Bigfooter chaser on YouTube cover Summer's case. I could be wrong. I've seen the psychics. But this is her going just as bad as Fred's damn meth monkeys. In my opinion, Jody Sue, you have the same brain he does. I don't know.
But it also slows down the police areas, people fighting to get in, the stupid psychics, cons, trying to make money off initially summer. Dude, it was just. But. And then yet you have these same people that would eat QAnon and Wayfair easily, right? Same people that are crying out about the red barrel behind Summer in that one little video clip.
And that's another thing, too. Like, I've never really heard any creator go after the QAnon Wayfair shit. But Jody has been saying that since very early on. You know, the girl, the lady with kids that chases the KKK in the woods as a responsible mother who wants to keep her life. The one that remembers the dress as her daughter looked at her from behind the glass. Dude, I know I sound petty and like a mean girl right now, but I really am sick of her shit and her causing me problems and fucking lawsuits and all the games this woman has played with me and my life and continues to do even as I am moving on and my own family is going through a crisis. I cannot stand her. That's my opinion. It's my freedom of speech to say, I cannot stand this woman. I cannot stand the games she plays in the case of a missing child who is her neighbor that she knew personally. I cannot stand how she talks about people in the neighborhood who are her others being such bad people. I am sick of her sticking up for bad people while she downs good people. In my opinion, from what I've seen, any one of these people could be lying to me. However, you can't just get on here and be like, oh, that one lied to me, this, that, and the other. No, you can't do that. You have to be responsible. Like, could you imagine news people or people on TV doing that? If you're a speculation channel, you have to make sure you tell people that. If you don't have a law degree, you have to beat it in their heads. But Jody Sue will sit over there and go, she's just missing 4 pieces of the puzzle for 3 years while she's putting pieces of the puzzle together. Right? She's the only one allowed to put these pieces of the puzzle together. Nobody else, and she's going to do it publicly, and you're not allowed to comment or speculate or talk about the weird, crazy shit, in my opinion, this bitch says, in my opinion. Fuck you.
People will believe that and the trucking company stuff and all these things, right? But yeah, this entire YouTube channel fundraiser, con, scam, pyramid, multi-level marketing, definitely darkness behind it, as close as you're going to get to a QAnon Wayfair thing, but is really happening. They're like, oh no, let me give these people like a $30 super chat. But then in the comments and chat section, they're like, what about that red barrel? The cognitive dissonance and things are real, guys. And it's worrisome. I worry for you.
Not cognitive dissonance. Jealousy that the money's not going in your pocket and that it was supposed to go to a good cause such as Summer Wells. However, I don't know for fact if that was where people intended for it to go or what the scams were. To be honest with you, I can't even find a damn scam. To be honest with you, all the money that I seen that Q showed receipts for ended up where it was supposed to go after a big ass mess that you caused. You and Tiffany. And some motherfucking candles. And a shirt. And a fake ass check. Partners in crime. Y'all rock. You've done so much for Summer, Jody. As a witness who might go on stand one day that now has no straight testimony. In my opinion, you're still an ass suspect. Hooker.
Humanity in people every day, especially as more devices and online things are used and attention spans grow shorter and people can't hold real conversations. They're incapable. They don't have the attention spans for them anymore. And they don't. The more text used, the less they want everything easily digestible. They want small clips. They want small bursts. They want somebody to tell them something. They want to be easily fed and easily led, and that is one of the most disheartening things. Like, I don't know if we as humans in humanity and a collective of knowledge can grow past this, or if it gets worse for us from here on out. But either way. Yeah. I guess it's my fit for the night, at least so far. We'll see what's going on here.
Scott's little 10-minute flip out at the end of that marathon. Dude, I swear, it's my opinion this was a setup and Jody Sue was all in on it. That is seriously my opinion. There's like 5 minutes of this left. I'm done with it. We could see what it is. I don't think she's going to say anything else. She's going to give you your 10-minute fucking goodbye, right? And I don't think I looked at anything on this. It'll go into, oh, my health. What Jody Sue did back then. And now she comes here and tries to act like none of this shit happened. I don't really care whether people like me or don't like me. I know that this bitch has put my own personal life through hell. And she continues to do so. There's not a damn person on here that can't say I haven't been trying everything else to move on from her. She always digs me in some goddamn hole that I don't belong in. Quit bringing me up. Quit talking about me to Benny. I wasn't the one behind the scenes working with shit. However, you, as the neighbor of Summer Wells, were. Her own parents weren't doing it. You know what, guys? I'm not doing this again. I'm not doing this tomorrow. I want to come live again tomorrow. I want to be able to come live 5 days a week like everybody else can come live 5 days a week without being attacked or hated on or subs disappearing or people thinking one thing about you or another thing when they ain't been there. They ain't on the other side of this computer screen. People knocking at the doors, papers being given, fake lawsuits being dropped with her named in them on her fake ass anniversaries. Every day's a fucking anniversary. What is the anniversary today? She was talking about an anniversary again. It's September 5th. What the fuck is today's anniversary? Can anybody fucking tell me? I'm over you. I don't really care what threats you throw at me anymore. Because this is what's going to happen every time. I will come out here and show the truth to people and make you eat that toxic shit. I've been through hell in my life, and it's enough that I can be dangerous, Jody Sue, because it makes me not give a fuck. I want you to understand that. I've conquered demons in my own real life that you will never understand while you sit there and fake lie about being kidnapped and trafficked and all this other shit, making people feel sorry for you. You're a victim of your own fucking self. Get it through your thick skull. All right, guys. I'm sorry. It ain't peace and love tonight. It is to you guys, not to her. I don't even feel good right now doing this shit. However, I fucking had it with her. Again, we gotta do this once every fucking 3-4 months, right? I'll see you all tomorrow. It won't be Jody Sue tomorrow. She could sit over there and chicken squawk her fucking mouth all the way to the fucking bank. Because that's what she wanted to do in the first place, right? Much love, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.